Seriously, Mr. Chair, there is also the possibility of just moving the chair over here, if you don't mind because then you can see
What chair are we
the
speaking?
door. No, the chair of the committee doesn't see the door behind the pillar.
I'm not worried about the
That's,
door, am I?
that's another, not today.
It's not for today, yeah.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to call the subcommittee on adequacy and funding sources to order. This is our first work session on 4 retained bills. Those are HB 651, 772, 491, and 734. These are all bills that had committee hearings in January or February and were subject to executive sessions in February or March that resulted in a vote to retain. And so the task of the subcommittee is to consider these 4 bills and make a recommendation back to the full committee in coming weeks. And at some point by October, the full committee will address the 4 bills and decide what motions we'll vote on. And so the bills will either come forward with a OTP, OTPA, or ITL motion at the first session in January, or another alternative is that they could be placed for interim study. So I think that we have the need to address the 4 bills specifically, whether any one of them is a viable vehicle that the committee might utilize in one fashion or another, either as presented to us or as amended. And what I think I'd like to do is, I was going to say, ask the prime sponsor of each of these bills, because all 4 of these bills were prime sponsored by a member who sits on this committee, and in fact, even on this subcommittee. But I would let everybody know that Representative Luneau will not be with us today, and he's the prime sponsor of 2 of them. And Representative Earth is attending, but will join us a little bit late. So I think it's probably best, rather than delving off into a broad discussion first, to take up the bills one by one and refresh, basically present them within the panel. I'm not taking any testimony today from the public. This is a subcommittee work session. And then we can talk as to the bill, what it's trying to do, whether it does it well, whether it might be subject to some form of amendment. So let's see. Representative Luneau's the sponsor of HB 651. Is there somebody who would like to present that? Yeah, Dick. Thank you very much, Representative Ames.
I'm just pulling it out here so that I can be accurate. Yeah. This bill was filed, the sole sponsor is Representative Luneau. And it is a bill that works off of the decision, which at the time he filed this, I believe, was a Superior Court decision, and subsequently was largely affirmed by the state Supreme Court. And in that decision, the court found that the cost of adequacy, the base cost of adequacy per pupil was too low in the state statutes. I think it is, and still is, about $4,200 per pupil. And after a trial and fact-finding, the Superior Court judge, and affirmed by the Supreme Court, found that the base cost must be at least this number here. I'm not sure whether this is with inflation added, but 7356.01 per pupil is the amount that the court found at a minimum was needed to meet the needs of an adequate education for every pupil. And that ruling, as I say, was affirmed. So this bill simply builds on that finding and puts before us the proposition that the legislature should in turn find that this amount of money, at least as a minimum, is what's required for an adequate education. And then Representative Luno moved beyond the narrow focus of the court on base cost to look at the differentiated aid items and simply did a mathematical computation. I think the 7356 is about 1.7 times, and that's rounded. I think the $4,200 is in the statute. So for each of these subsequent English language learning, free and reduced price meals, and special education, the numbers that are proposed in this bill are 1.7 times, roughly, the numbers that are in the statutes right now for each of those differentiated items. So it's really as simple as that. It's a straightforward rendition of the child court's conclusions, but extended to the differentiated costs and put into this bill for us to consider. And then the second section of the bill simply tries to look forward and set the stage for the future when these numbers would need to be looked at again or could be looked at again by the general court. So that's what this bill does.
Thank you very much, Representative Ames. I just pause. We make sure everybody knows who's who and what we're here for, right? So the subcommittee is comprised of 4 Republicans and 3 Democrats, and all of us are here except for Representative Luna, who's absent today. Representative Colcom was named to this subcommittee, but her husband is dealing with heart issues that are consuming her. So she asked at the end of last week to be relieved of this subcommittee assignment, and Representative Ladd is stepping in and taking that seat. And then, of course, I want to welcome Representatives Bricky and Brown and Fellows who are on the full committee and sitting in with us. I'm going to look to the subcommittee members first for comment, but absolutely our other members who are sitting with us will have an opportunity to speak to anything you wish as well. So, yes, I want to come back to the bill, but yes.
Just very briefly, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, everybody, for being here. We appreciate it. This is essentially a funding bill, right? Obviously, we are education funding, but given the massive implications of the changes proposed here and the place where we are in the budget cycle where we just agreed on a budget and we kind of discussed all this, I genuinely don't see how we could go ahead and recommend this to move forward, just again, based on those grounds. So I don't want to take a lot of time and go into a lot of detail because I think at the end of the day, it is just not something that can go forward at this point in the legislative cycle. I would welcome discussions on how we can, better allocate funds, how we can determine the funds are used and so on. So we can talk about those, but I think in general, in terms of recommending this type of budgetary changes, that's too much of a lift. So thank you.
Very understandable comments. Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would respectfully present a different point of view than Representative Popovici-Muller. The effective date of any bill can be adjusted to correspond to our biennial budget cycle, and we need to figure out a more adequate way of funding public education. This is one of the tools to do that.
And so I want to take further comments on this. I don't want to get bogged down into deep conversation about the one bill so that it allows us to get all four bills on the table before we then have a much more generalized conversation.
Representative Spilsbury.
Yes, Representative Ames.
Just one thing I'd like to add to what I said, just so that the balance here can be understood, and I don't want to suggest that because the court ruled thus and so, that the legislature has to rule thus and so. I concur with feelings that the legislature has an independent role in our constitutional system, but that role is balanced off by the judiciary's role. And in a situation like this, I think it's very important to respect the work of the judiciary and to undertake to conform as much as possible to their findings. We have an independent judgment we have to make, and I think that independent judgment typically, when a court has dived in deeply to the meaning of particular terms like adequate education, needs to be deeply respected and wherever possible adhered to.
So, thank you. So I think you presented this well, and you clarified something which I had forgotten from our discussions last winter and was glad to hear. So the premise of the specific figures that are incorporated into HB 651 is first, that the base adequacy conforms with the ruling of Judge Ruoff, which was confirmed by the state Supreme Court. And that then, because it represents a factor of 1.7, was extrapolated and applied to the other three differentiated categories, which may or may not make rational sense or correlate to expenses, but at least it's an understandable device for proposing figures.
Yeah, I think that's right. Representative Ladd might want to speak to the time when those differentiated aid figures were worked out. I think it was 2007 to 8. That special committee or commission, whatever it was, did a lot of spade work into costs and came up with the differentiated aid notion. The notion is basically that, an English language learner, for example, there's some extra unusual costs associated with that. Or the free and reduced price lunch child is a child coming to the school district probably armed with less pre-school early learning than the typical kid who's not burdened by either poverty or close to poverty, and so forth. Special education is a leading example of the differentiated aid need, and I guess I'd like to comment on that one for a minute, because there has been more litigation as well on this in the Rand case, which is a parallel case, and it's focused on the tax issues there. But in that case, the Superior Court judge has also again held a trial on the subjects of, before at that time, which specifically focused on differentiated aid, and found with respect to special education that there was a even more significant disparity between what the court found based on the evidence was needed for special education, and what was in the statute books which if followed would require a multiplier from the existing number in the statutes of much more than 1.7. But the judge did not try to nail down that figure. It's simply, there's simply language discussing what it costs to do this, that, and the other thing for special ed. And the costs just clearly are significantly above what that figure in the statutes for differentiated aid suggest.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. Just to add a little bit to what you said, the most recent Superior Court decision from Judge Ruoff in the Rand case basically ended up addressing just special ed. He effectively found that he didn't have a sufficient case made to make any pronouncements regarding the free and reduced allowance. And I think it's also worth knowing that he issued a declaratory ruling, and he declined to order any injunctive relief or to make any affirmative orders. So it very much leaves the topic wide open for our discussion. I think much less, as you implied, he didn't pin down a number in the fashion that he did regarding base adequacy and conval.
Right.
So, and then I think the impact of Section 2 of this bill is to specifically list those positions that would be regarded as necessary to provide an adequate education and leave that less open for discussion to make it statutory. And then further to require an update of the cost every 2 years. That would be a new affirmative obligation on the legislature. So that's a pretty good, I think we have a clear understanding of what the bill attempts to do. Representative Ladd.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the bill right now, and I'm looking at Part 2, the cost of an adequate education, in reference to the resources that are required for part of base cost. And I'm very pleased to see that Representative Luno has come to the side which I've been pushing for years, that base cost has certain inputs, certain resources which are necessary. And those resources then, those elements which are there, are almost the same resource elements that I've been advocating since 2008, when Representative Ames is talking about the formula. The Joint Legislative Oversight Committee, headed by Senator Estabrook at that time, came out with a report finding that these resource elements are necessary to provide that base cost of an adequate education, opportunity for an adequate education. I do take exception with one component within this second portion here, with several components. When we're talking the necessary specific resource elements, all those elements that are listed come directly out of the formula which was identified by Senator Estabrook, with the exception of one, and that is the nursing services. Nursing services are located in our statutes right now as optional services. And if you go back and read the report, I'm not going to read it to you right now, but it identifies that they looked at that at the time and determined that was not necessary for the academic instructional component of the opportunity for an adequate education. Those services they saw were nursing services, which were apart from, as we see some other issues, which when we talk about special education aid, we separate out the Medicaid, medical side of things from the academic learning side, which are attached to the IEP. So I concur there. I'm not so sure that I agree that we should have a sentence in there, the general court shall update the cost of an adequate education at least every 2 years. I think we do that. I think we look at the costing of an adequate education very frequently. In fact, ever since I've been here, we've been looking at it, and we are required to adjust base costs by at least a COLA of 2%. Every biennium and every year of that biennium.
So you're suggesting that that doesn't actually create a new practice? We're
Well,
already doing?
I'm saying that, no, I think that I've been toying with it in my mind and over the last 18 years, that perhaps some of that language which came out of the Estabrook study back in February 1, 2008, and we implemented it the next that biennium, should be in statute, so we know exactly what this thing called base cost is. And we've not done that. There was an effort on my part back years ago with several other representatives to try to put that formula into statutory law. I don't think it's necessary to put the formula which says, here's how we arrive at all these costs, because that base cost is broken down in several ways. We all recognize we need teachers. We need teachers to ensure the opportunity of an adequate education. So we fund them differently according to the grade levels which they're assigned to. They're assigned to K through 2 and 3 through 12 according to the original program put out by that oversight committee. And there was pupil-teacher ratios also attached to that, 1 to 25, 1 to 30. And we know that that is not what is going on in many of the schools today. And some of those pupil-teacher ratios are really drastically down lower, even lower than I think we could afford to do. That's a local decisions being made locally, and that's up to the local school district if that's where they want to spend the funds which they receive. But we have the teachers, we have the principal, we have administrative assistants or the assistant principals, the counselors, the library media specialists, and it goes on down with those components dealing with instruction, technology-driven areas, transportation, operation and maintenance. Some of those areas now have changed over the period of time. Technology back in 2008 is not what technology is today. Transportation costs back in 2008 are not what they are today. We're looking at a different part of the formula, though, than just what the resources. Here we're just talking the resource. We're not talking about the costing of that resource. That goes back to 19840-A, where it talks about the base cost and the differentiated aid components, and the sum total of that is the cost of an opportunity for an adequate education. So I'm not going to discuss that. That's the top part of the bill here that you'll see. I do agree, though, we need to get the inputs into language, and we need to decide what are those inputs going to be? What are those resources we need to have an effective learning situation in our classrooms?
Yes, Representative Bricky.
So in response to the nursing services, they're in our their requirements for they're in our state rules. Thank you. I'm having a hard time here. Still on vacation mode. We're required to have nurses in our schools. And so I don't understand why we wouldn't put them in as required here as part of our education, our base education. So, I mean, so I would say leave them in. Also, just because we have been always looking at every 2 years, I like the idea that it's going to, it says in the law that we have to update the costs every 2 years. It may not be just a COLA. It could be something else. So anyway, that was what I thought of when Representative Ladd spoke about the nurses. I think that we need to have them in there. I know that as a school board member, we're always talking about nurses in our schools, so.
I'm sure that was Representative Luno's motive, although I think probably one could make a distinction between things that are required and what constitutes the delivery of an adequate education. We can hold that discussion. Representative Fellows.
Thank you. I totally agree that we should put this in statute, you know, what it is based on. But I think we need to spend more time looking at the items that are in here. For one thing, there's nothing in here that supports the superintendent's service or the HR department or the accounting department, and you can't run a school unless, somebody's taking care of those aspects of it also.
Right. I think that's fair. Of course, I don't think anyone's ever argued that the cost of an adequate education is synonymous with the cost of running a school system. Representative Ladd.
Thank you. I'd like to read what the committee came up with back in 2008. So we all are aware of why they did certain things that they did. Their findings, and this is one finding that was in the report. The committee determines that no other personnel positions need to be included in the calculation of the universal cost. The universal cost is developed by, you take the K through 2, which they had in there, and the 3 through 12. They know that the costs are going to be varying between those grade levels. They take those up and they find out a per pupil cost for the left-hand side and the right-hand side, and they divide it by 13, which is the 13 grade levels, and they come out with the universal base cost. That's how they come up with that. But the basis for their decision right here is, and I'll read it, the committee considered whether other positions should be included in the universal cost. Among the positions it considered were central office, school district administrative staff, school nurses, teacher aides, and food service personnel. It concluded that since the definition of the opportunity for an adequate education is school and curriculum based, the central office administrative costs do not fit within the definition. Similarly, since the definition is based on a substantive curriculum areas and associated skills, a school nurse who provides health care services rather than educational or educationally related services are beyond the scope of the universal cost. The committee determined that based on statutory definition of adequacy in the New Hampshire school approval standards, which are incorporated therein, teacher aides do not constitute part of the universal cost. The committee also concluded that most food services programs are self-supporting and furthermore outside the educational components of the school. They too are beyond the scope of definition and need not be included in the universal cost. So this is the report right here that came out of that study right here. It's the Joint Legislative Oversight Committee for Costing an Adequate Education. There's another similar report that came out complementing this, which is the Joint Legislative Oversight Committee on the accountability for the opportunity for an adequate education. So there's two separate reports that I think this subcommittee people should be all getting their hands on and looking and reviewing that, seeing that the committee that came up with this at that point in time, Senator Estabrook chaired it, and so there were a majority of Democrats on the committee at that time and a lesser of Republicans. So what it came out, the report is basically a bipartisan report. There was a report of the minority which was attached to this as a couple pages, but on this component there was pretty much unanimous consent.
Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions. One's easy, and it's for Representative Ladd. Are those reports on the DOE website, or where do we access them?
We've handled, excuse me.
Copies of that have actually been handed out earlier in the year. Possibly it's sitting on your desk at home. It isn't, it's on mine. But we can get you we can ask Karen Davis or Jen Ford to provide copies. Perhaps send a internet link with an email.
And then
We don't want to deprive you of the opportunity to go back and read it.
I wouldn't want to be deprived.
Are both, he mentioned two, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Thank you.
Two reports. Both of them? Can Jen send us both?
Sure. Costing and accountability.
Thank you.
They were both 2008, right?
Yeah, they're both in the same year. When we were going through the Claremont Londonderry decision making at the conclusion of all that and came up with our current formula. That's what they all originated from.
And Jen, we have copies here so we can clarify with you what you're looking for. Thank you very much.
The other half. Thank you. I would like some help understanding how the conclusion was reached in those reports and as summarized by Representative Ladd, that the administrative costs of running a school district are not an essential element of providing an adequate education. If you don't run the school district, how are you providing the adequate education that is otherwise, the components otherwise defined here? It doesn't seem logical to me that the business operations, for instance, wouldn't be part of the necessary cost.
We'll all have fun going back and reading and see the rationale with a fresh eye. But I'm going to speculate that essentially the question is driven by the Supreme Court's line of cases and orders, and effectively there's a term of art as to what an adequate education is. And it's really relating to the delivery of the services directly to the students, as opposed to the administrative apparatus that lies behind it and represents accountability to the state, to taxpayers, in regards to budgets and reports and other things like that. That would be my guess. I'm watching Representative Ames' face closely as I speculate.
Well, I don't know. I have read these reports and puzzled over them, and I do think it can go either way. If some costs that are obviously a part of running a school system are not in there, then that needs to be understood so that they will be provided in another pot. We can't just pretend that there's no additional cost, because there is. Which pot it goes into is something we need to determine. And certainly this commission looked closely at it, but they don't have the last word today, particularly.
Well, let's hold on this, because I think after we've gone through the four bills, we can have a deeper conversation. And I think that your point, Representative Ames, gets to the deeper question about really where the funds are generated from and what's a local obligation versus what's ostensibly a state obligation, and how the state raises the funds to meet its obligation. Representative Brown?
As I recall, the RSAs don't require a superintendent's office. Just the duties of a superintendent need to be satisfied by a school district.
Superintendent services, correct. Representative Fellows, did you want to speak?
So I was there for that whole time that committee met, and I presented them with most of the data that they looked at. And I don't recall, I mean, I know it's a long time ago, but it would say in the report if they considered the cost of the superintendent and administrative services. So I don't know if they didn't even think about that subject, or they decided to not include it in the report. But you have to remember that report was written based on the opinions of maybe 8 people, whoever were on the committee. And just because that's what it says in the report doesn't mean that it's true that you could run a school district and you could have those services and educate those kids without additional issues. Insurance, for example, liability insurance, legal services. There are a lot of elements that really are necessary that were not considered in the report.
I think that's a fair comment, and that's the way committees operate, right? Nor can the actions of a prior legislature bind a future legislature. So, in fact, the entire construct is open for discussion. Okay. Again, the next bill that we have, and we're going to circle back and have a broader discussion, so that doesn't mean that that's the end of conversation on that first bill. The next bill, HB 772, also was prime sponsored by Representative Luno. It's a very ambitious and complex bill that derives out of the 2020 Commission report. And Representative Ames, would you like to take a crack at summarizing this very large beast.
Would I like to? Not really.
But will you?
Has-
Well, I'll
having
do
been a member
I'll
of that
do a
commission.
preliminary because I do think that Representative Luno, who, by the way, is simply unable to be here because of family obligations, should have the opportunity to do this in a deeper way. I haven't reread it, so I don't know. But this bill is the outgrowth of work done by the 2020 Commission on School Funding, which Representative Luno chaired. I sat on that commission. Representative Ladd was there. I believe in the end, dissented or filed a minority report. And Senator Estabrook was there as a member of the commission, who was mentioned a short time ago. So she brought in, certainly along with Representative Ladd, the work of that 2008 commission. And the commission's work led to what's in this bill that comes to a way of looking at adequate education, which is and its cost steered by results. So the outcomes for students through a statistical process with the help of outside experts on school funding is determined in an interplay between how students perform and how their course through the educational system how that is evaluated and might be evaluated, including dropouts and graduation rates. So it's not just numbers in terms of how they performed on testing, and then looks at the characteristics of those students, many different ways of looking at the characteristics. Age is one of them, obviously. Grade levels is another. Poverty is another. English language needs is another, and so forth. And then looked at small schools and large schools, and looks at it brought in characteristics of that go into the educational process that these children enter, and tries to make a best judgment as to how those characteristics should be weighted, which leads to, in effect, a weighted pupil. And then you've got dollar numbers associated to that again derive from looking at outcomes and taking into account that the average student in New Hampshire across all of the state does pretty well. And then, but the student in some school districts does not so well, and in some districts does much better. So trying to put all that together and trying to get to a measure that will, as part of the notion of adequate education, most likely bring all students an opportunity for an education that enables them to come out of all of the best with the best possible results, given all those inevitably hard to figure out barriers to achievement. So That's what's in this bill. That's the formula that lies behind it. And then there's a lot more in here about accountability and about rejudging the numbers that are in here in a regular way. And there must be much more in here, but I can't remember it all.
Okay, thank you. That was a valiant attempt, and I appreciate it. I have to confess that, I'm generally pretty good with pushing things aside and focusing and concentrating. And on the multiple occasions I've tried to read this bill, I have never succeeded in pushing through the entirety of it in one go. It's just overwhelming. And I think that's what makes it particularly difficult for us in terms of a subcommittee dealing with a retained bill in the short window of September, October. I think that unlike the first bill we were discussing, 651, which tweaks the current system, boosts the figures, gives a little more granularity to the elements of the cost formula, this represents such a quantum shift. And I find some parts of it very appealing. I, for one, think that if the SWEPT is going to be retained, then two things have to happen. And if these two things don't happen, then the SWEPT should be repealed. First, it should be a true state tax in the sense that it's collected at the state. And I see that Bruce Kennard is with us today. Thank you, Bruce. And of course, this committee has stood behind that concept when we reported out my bill HB 739 in the spring. And unfortunately, that died in the Senate. So that element of actually pooling the money collected by SWEPT and allowing it to be redistributed according to various factors is fundamental. I maintain, people have heard me say this before, that our SWEPT we currently have is a sham. It's a joke. It was an effort to dress something up and pretend that it's going to do something and then design it so that it won't do it. And that's just lip service. I think one of the most ironic things as an observer of the court's opinions is that where the Supreme Court had the opportunity to get this right, they went the other direction, and they said that a SWEPT where the towns that collect an excess amount just to keep it is simply an exercise of the legislature's spending powers, and it's perfectly constitutional. I thought that was a very unfortunate opinion. I disagree with it, but in any event, the problem is simply that if we follow the court's invitation and leave the SWEPT the way it is, we can double it, triple it, quadruple it, and it makes absolutely no difference whatsoever because the funds just stay where they were collected. So that leads to the second element, and that is I think we should keep a SWEPT only if it's enlarged. I think that the 363 million is an old number. It doesn't do very much. If we're not willing to have an income tax or a sales tax, and we stretch for little pockets of funds in gaming and marijuana legalization, we're never going to get there. So I think that this committee, should keep in mind the question of going back to the Senate again with another iteration. And this bill at least incorporates that notion, as does the bill we haven't gotten to from Representative Ames, that the SWEPT is really a state tax. It would be a state tax only if it's actually pooled and subject to redistribution. So, yes, Representative Ames.
Just to say thank you first for noting that element is in 772 as well, which I missed when I was summarizing it, the SWEPT element, I mean. And also is the identical provisions are in House Bill 734, which we'll come to, which is my bill.
Yes.
And also to say that I guess it's obvious because I sponsored 734, that I totally agree with your characterization of the upswept and how it really needs to have all funds flow into the state treasury as a state tax and then distributed out. And I would add on the Supreme Court's decision related to SWEPT, let's not overstate what they did. They said it's okay to keep SWEPT at the local level and to, through the spending powers of the legislature, of the general court, to allocate it at the local level and within the town that generated it. That's something they can do. I don't like that part of it, but that is something that can be done. So we can look at that, and it's clear from the decision, and say, well, it's really not okay, but for the reasons you started to go into at a preliminary level. That's our judgment as a legislature, and this tax is a statewide tax to raise money for an adequate education across the state, and should be used to that end, and not to push back and enable some school districts to have spending levels on education that are astronomically high compared to what most school districts can spend, just because they're able to retain the SWEPT, the excess SWEPT, in their own jurisdictions. So, yeah, that's where I see it.
On this topic, we certainly concur. And I
That's
agree.
one.
We build from there. So, right, the fact that the court has told us that we have the constitutional authority to do things in a certain way doesn't make it the best judgment that we should come to, right? So I think that, that element, I think the concept in this bill of a foundational contribution is very interesting. I think that the concept of $5.38 is not outrageous. I think that I could make an argument for quadrupling the current SWEPT, if and only if we pull it. And if we don't pull it, it's pointless. So those are the two elements. I think where I get very buried in trying to understand this bill on a deep level of how it's going to play out is all of these multiple weighted factors. It's very, very hard, whether you're talking about school student body size or the free and reduced and special ed, how these weightings are going to play out. And I think the Department of Education and DRA would have massive calculations to do, and we would be waiting to hear the answers. Yes, come to you next, Representative Fellows. Representative Patrick-Miller.
Thank you. Actually, it's kind of funny how I never mentioned, but I was going to bring that up really quickly. I first want to thank our colleague from Hopkinton who couldn't make the meeting for putting together this bill. I mean, this took a lot of work, and it's always good to understand what their thoughts are on the process, given how much they spent thinking about the topic. So I really want to praise them for that, and I wish they were here, but I'm sure, I'll do that the next time I see them. But if you look in this 24-page bill on the bottom of page 7, right, where you have, as it happens, I was looking at the weight ADMR. If you look at that, it's the Roman numeral 3 at the bottom of the page, 4 Roman numeral 3. where it calculates the ADMR plus the number of students in the ADMR eligible for free and reduced price multiplied by, and then the number of students who qualify by ESL multiplied by. If you just apply that formula really quickly, the amount of financial support sent by the state for a regular student, call it whatever, call it $5,000, a student that is also an ESL and qualifies for free and reduced lunch would get 6.7 times that amount. There is no world in which it takes 6.5 times more to educate a child which does have economic challenges and has an ESL challenge. It just doesn't. So the point I'm trying to make is that it's a valiant attempt indeed to create an all-encompassing model. But when you even look at the most simple assumptions, just that section could be a bill in itself, which would take hours of discussion and data and underlying. And we're talking 24 pages of this complexity. I mean, I respect the effort, but I genuinely do not see how this bill is workable as anything other than an opportunity to jump into various topics and look for some concepts that we may be able to practically apply, but the bill as a whole, I just don't see it happen.
Well, thank you. I think those are very fair comments, and that's much what I meant when I said I just get buried when I'm trying to work out how this works as a practical matter, and we can come up with other examples. So it leaves me thinking that there's really no realistic chance that we can be refashioning HB 772 into something we would recommend passage into law in this fall term. But that doesn't mean these ideas shouldn't somehow stay on the table in the coming year.
I think I will yield in a moment to Representative Fellows, who's patiently waiting.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that when we next convene, I hope that Representative Luna will be able to speak to the issues that basically it's a question that you've raised, and I think we all should look forward to that. I could try right now, but I'll do a lousy job on it, and I'm not a statistician.
Okay, fair enough. Representative Fellows,
Thank you.
thank you for your patience.
To get back to the court ruling, I would just like to say that I'm not a lawyer, but my reading of the opinion did not say that the statewide property tax was actually met the constitutional test of being equal in valuation and uniformed in rate. They didn't rule that because both sides stipulated to it. And I would argue, if it were me, I would have argued that the state tax is not equal in valuation and uniformed in rate. And another thing about the court ruling is the reason we had the first Claremont decision was that the burden on property tax was so great that Claremont and the other school districts couldn't raise enough money to provide an adequate education. So the notion that our solution is another property tax or increasing the property tax just makes no sense at all to me. And there is something in this bill that addresses a third point. So we're doing all of our funding, and what we've been doing for 25 years is we've been doing funding on the town level. And that's not how the cost of the students from a particular town is raised. Because when you have, in the case of cooperative school districts, because you have cooperative formulas that use some kind of mechanism. A lot of them use something like half of the money that needs to be raised is going to be raised based on equalized valuation, and half of it's going to be raised based on the number of students. And that to look back and say, and to use a formula that ignores that part, that some towns pay for the cost of part of the cost of students from another town is, just doesn't seem fair to me. And so that's what I'd like to say about the court ruling. In terms of this bill, I think it has some good points in things that have never been addressed before. For example, the size of the school district is addressed in here. And if I were to do it, I wouldn't do it in this way. But one of the things I would do is I would fund at the district level. And I would determine how many classrooms they needed to have for each grade, and then apply a uniformed cost for a classroom, and not per student. Because what we're doing now is we're asking school districts who have in them, this issue applies to the smaller one. It doesn't apply to Manchester and Nashua. They can shift their classes and teachers around. But some schools have to have only 20 kids in the classroom, because they may have, for a grade, they may have 40 kids, and that's over the limit. You can't put them in the same classroom, so you have to split it between two. And we're funding it at the 25 or 30, as if there were 25 or 30 kids in the room. And there's some other things in here. If you didn't get to the end, you never saw the part that has to do with how there's major changes made to cooperative formulas, the apportionment of cooperative formulas. So I think there are good things in here. I think spending more time on them, we could do it in a more simplified way. But the concept of what it's trying to address has new issues that we have not addressed before.
Thank you. I certainly concur with most of the flaws you identified in your comments. Okay, does anybody want to address this bill specifically? Again, we will circle around for a broader conversation, but Representative Ladd
Yeah,
and then
thank you very much,
Representative
Mr.
Ames.
Chair. We've been talking a little bit about the weighted factors here based upon your ADMR. And we have that weighted factor for, as you've said, Representative Fellows, the small schools that are mentioned in this with various weights for the number of students. The state of Vermont's going through this right now. And the issues that they're encountering are similar to what we have. They have many, many small school districts, K through 6, K through 8. They have some larger K through 12 districts. They're not larger, but they're still very small. The optimal size, according to many of the reports which we have here, we're well below the optimal size in our schools right now to really achieve what we should be achieving. It's costing us a heck of a lot of money to do that, and we're not going to be successful at it with schools that only have 100 or 200, like the high school in my town is 250 kids? That's not anywhere near the optimal size of 600 kids for a high school to be. So where are we going to go? Are we going to go with consolidation of our schools within a district? Consolidation of schools between districts now? This is a huge, we're talking merger, this is a huge, huge issue. You're not going to be able to solve this just through that merger or consolidation. There are other factors that come into besides enrollment population, that demographic in these small schools. It's also geography in our state. Mm-hmm. We have many valleys, and the only way you can go east to west, west to east in the state is you just find the Kank, maybe, or some other road, Route 2 up north, or something further south here, but you're not going through that White Mountain Forest on any kind of a highway. And that's going to allow you to transport students on. So we're going to end up with these small school districts. Now, what are we going to really do to help those school districts, which there's no consolidation option for them? They only have one elementary school. They're not, for example, like we're going through the issue with Claremont right now, where they have 3. And you could consolidate to 2, and I believe they're perhaps looking at that right now. Mm-hmm. But the small districts you can't consolidate, how are we going to provide them the tools, the wherewithal to meet those academic standards that they're supposed to be delivering. It's going to cost a bit more. It's efficiency of scale. And I've oftentimes wondered about, what we're doing with some kind of weighted value. This is one component of the formula that was provided by the commission that I agreed to, not necessarily the way it's spelt out here. Because when we take all these weighted elements, there's X amount of dollars. If you, go 4.49 or whatever it is for special ed, if you dropped it to 3, something else is going to have to increase because you're trying to come out with this $7,356.01 value amount. That's basically the same value that came out of that commission. And so I would like to see any kind of weighted formula be accurate and really dig down and look at this component here of weighted amounts. I'd like to do a survey of our high schools and find out how many high schools, where are their populations? They go from what, 200, 250, maybe a little lower that to, well, you take what's down in Manchester, much larger schools when you talk West and some of the others. And so what's the achievement scores as they're related for various reasons? It's not just, it's all those areas of differentiated aid. I get that too. But I think the high school level where we require the AP stuff be taught, where you have to have a really dynamic curriculum and instructional process. The elementary school, though, your primary teachers, and I was primary teacher in 4th grade and a school administrator, principal administrator of those levels. The elementary schools can survive better with fewer kids than a high school can. High school is dealing with co-curricular, curricular activities. The smaller elementary school, I would venture to say a lot of our small rural elementary schools are doing a pretty good job. They can use assistance, yes, but because it's the culture of the community, it's the aspiration of the community, it's the nature of the beast as far as the leadership within the building, it's the nature of the tenure of the teachers and the master's level of those teachers that are probably there. That are making those schools what they are. But up my way, there's one school where there's on the ballot this last year, Bath Elementary School, the Bath Village School, whether we close it or keep it open. That was a contentious issue in that community. And so, and the same thing down in Piermont, where you might only have 67 kids in that school, K through 8. Do we keep these, going, or do we start putting monies in another pot? So I think this whole issue, Mr. Chair, is very, very complex. And these weighted values really have to be looked at in terms of, are we putting the right weights, and what is the criteria that is evidence supporting these weights? And I don't think the small school one really does it right. But the principle, the concept is correct. But the way we're handing it out based upon just population isn't enough. There's got to be other factors coming in. Thank you.
Makes perfect sense. It sounds like subject for a bill entirely focused on that one topic. Representative Miller.
Thank you. Very brief reminder to everyone. I brought this up before. We were talking about making decisions right on school placements and structures and all those. Whenever you want to talk about local control, remember that you cannot have local control with state funding, because the decisions have to be made by the people who have the responsibility to raise the funds. If the funds come from the state, the decisions will come from the state more and more. So one of the reasons why we are working so hard at this is to try to preserve that local autonomy by not having every decision be made for the state who pays for it. So it's a careful balance. I know that there is no clear and easy solution, but I would urge everyone to keep that in mind, that if we want to preserve the ability of our local communities to control their education systems, every time we talk about the state paying more and more, also comes with the state having more and more strings and decision power. So,
Representative Ames.
Yeah, first I just say that our statutes are clear that this is a shared responsibility. The Constitution gives to the state the obligation to guarantee an adequate education, but our statutes move quickly into the the way in which we will do that is to engage and work with and depend on significantly the local partner in the enterprise. And I just wanted to note two sections in this bill so that we don't lose track of them, because I think they're very important to the ongoing situation once we figure out the funding. And that is, there's a sort of a revised version of underperforming schools. I'm on page 14. It's 193H3. It's a rewrite of 193-H:3, and it's underperforming schools. And unfortunately, the way in which OLS presents this, it doesn't show it as an edited version of the current version. So I can't do that comparison as we sit here, but it is.
Because it's repealed and reenacted, so it just restates.
Yeah, exactly. So it's worth a close look, and it's, I think, a very important part of this whole school funding effort to improve school funding. Accompanying that has to be accountability and oversight and a way of dealing with situations that need to be resolved on the spot and so forth. And then the next section is that I would point out is on page 16, and it's persistent disparities. This is a new section, and it's looking at failures in the system. They're called disparities here, and requiring a process to adjust them.
Okay, very good. I promise to read those more closely. Okay, why don't we set 772 to the side for the moment and move on to the third bill. The third bill was sponsored by me. This is HB 491. I can summarize it very briefly. It simply creates a joint Senate-House study committee to focus specifically on the revenue sources and with an objective of reducing reliance on real property taxes. I'm not a fan of proliferation of statutory study committees and commissions, so I surprised myself by sponsoring this bill. But I think that, the term funding is a two-sided term, and we seem to spend virtually all of our time in committee talking about how to allocate the state's funds, how to distribute them. We rarely talk in a meaningful way about what we could do to change the sources we derive them from. And this is so fraught. It's very much the subject of the Supreme Court decisions. And in communities like the ones that I represent, Newport, Charlestown, and Unity, it's probably the most salient political issue on the minds of my constituents. How do we unburden the property tax? Representative Fellows mentioned the difficulty of dealing with co-ops, and Representative Popovich-Miller was just talking about the state's local partners. And of course, the state's local partners sometimes are the municipalities and sometimes they're districts, and it gets very, very confused. I often tell my constituents in Newport they should feel blessed that there's a single district for that municipality, because they can really tie things together. They have a single budget committee that can deal with both the municipal and the school budget. But in the cooperative context, it just gets outrageous disparities even within individual co-ops. And I can just say as a general observation that for decades, it is generally true that Charlestown's mill rate, in terms of dollars per thousand value, runs about $10 higher than its partner towns. So this creates all kinds of grudges and animosities within that operating entity, and can get severe enough to make it largely dysfunctional on certain issues. So the question is, do we want yet another statutory committee? And the reason for proposing it is simply that it's a discussion that needs to go beyond House education funding. Because of the way we assign our responsibilities to Ways and Means, to finance and education funding, it already needs to be a joint discussion to make any sense even within the House. And I think that's certainly one of the good reasons why this committee includes a few members of House Finance, but it's ultimately a taxation issue that requires a voice from Ways and Means. And more to the point, we seem to have pretty good success in getting some of our ideas out of the House, and then they die in the Senate. So how do we engage a few key senators, like Chair of Education and Chair of Finance, in a discussion that paves the way for something that might actually meet some success when it leaves the House? So I'll just stop there. That's the purpose. I have to confess that I haven't felt a warm embrace to the idea of creating a statutory committee. I'm not sure that there's a sense that this is the way to get it done. But again, it's for the purpose of having a cross-section of individuals in both chambers who are looking specifically at sources of funds. Okay. Let me go with subcommittee members first. Representative Ames.
First, I think it's a very good idea. Thank you for filing it. I think I've been on a number of commissions. I am now on a gaming commission, a special education commission, and in both cases, I believe this is true. I know it's true for both. Now that I think it through, that they've included, at least on an ex officio basis, the key administrators that are related to the subject matter. So in the lottery commissions, I've been on more than one. The lottery director is there as a non-voting ex officio member. That's really helped the process. The revenue commissioner should be a part, I should think, on an ex officio basis of something like this if we went forward with it. And I think in the case of the Special Education Commission, the Commissioner of Education and maybe also a couple of other officials are ex officio on the committee. And again, they are a source of expertise, of knowledge. Making them non-voting means that they don't have to take a position. They're just there to help us figure it out. And I think it's invaluable. Some of these commissions, I think a committee becomes a commission, by the way, when it extends beyond the state reps and senators. Having public members sometimes has been invaluable too. And this is a most difficult topic, and I don't know what will help and what will hurt, but I think having a good group to help us all figure out what, if anything, needs to be changed or added to our repertoire of revenue-raising sources. It's really a grave issue in this state, and focusing on schools makes sense because it's such a huge expenditure in our budget. And I wouldn't prejudge anything. I just tried to set it up so that output would come that might be helpful, that we would hope would be helpful. I would even to get it all out on the table, I would have a provision in there that the report, if there's not a consensus around a report, that there would be a minority report as part of it. I mean, sometimes that's not allowed, you know, I've seen that. So that's why I say that. Yeah.
I welcome all those comments. Let me hear from everybody and then I'll give you a reaction. Yes, Representative Bricky.
In reference to the members, it says the education committee, should it say education funding or education?
That's a fair point. That would be revised. That's a reflection of the fact that this bill was put into the OLS process before the decision was made to split the two committees.
That's what I see.
Yeah, yeah. Any other? Yes, Representative Fellows.
Thank you. Back in 1998, 99, the governor put together a task, it didn't involve the legislature at all. The governor put together a task force, and it involved not legislators. I know there were representatives from the Federal Reserve in Boston and several other agencies. I just can't remember, exactly what they were, but nonpartisan kinds of agencies. And they looked at all the different kinds of revenue raising options, all the sales tax, income tax, interest and dividends tax, business taxes, lottery, everything you could think of. And for each of those, they evaluated it on certain points, how much money it could raise, who it would impact, kind of like the income groups that it would impact. And I think what would be most useful would be something that puts together something that looks like that. And also things like the elasticity of the revenue, can you count on it being there every year or not? That having those facts on the table would help, and not to make any judgment as to which ones we should choose, just put them all on the table and with good explanations of how, what do these revenues do? And that's my opinion.
Did I hear you say that was 89? So 36 years ago?
90, 97, 98.
97, 98. Okay. So 27, 28 years ago.
So you can't use that report because there are assumptions in there that just are not true today. Mm-hmm. But they were true then. They're not true now. Mm-hmm. But it probably identifies all or almost all of the revenue sources. They just need to be re-examined, and the data that they use needs to be updated, and it'll have different conclusions about, like sales tax has a bigger impact on lower income people than an income tax. It said things like that.
Those kinds of evaluations, I think, would very much be within the ambit of this committee or commission. I would like to see a committee or commission that goes beyond simply the fact finding and the presentation of what they've, learned, and actually makes some qualitative assessments. I think Representative Ames is perfectly right to say that if there's a minority, there should be a minority report. So I guess the question I'd like to ask the subcommittee is, I'm amenable to the kinds of suggestions Representative Ames was just making. I would not want outside entities, whether they are executive department commissioners or whether they are, other organizations, to have a vote. But I'm perfectly comfortable with the idea of a non-voting presence on the panel itself. I think I'd feel very comfortable with that when it comes to agency heads. I think it would be better that committee or commission not include advocacy groups, private interests, but rather it takes testimony from those interested parties. So here's the question: if I don't want to do wheel spinning. If the subcommittee thinks that this has some merit, then I would like to work with Representative Ames to come up with an amendment that would balance it out more in that way. And if the committee doesn't sense that they think that this is a constructive avenue, or that it, pulls away from what our committee's been assigned to do, then I think I would like to spare us both the effort. Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is really, really important work to do. We keep only looking at half of the equation. What would we like to fund, and not at all adequately addressing how? So I would be very much in favor of you bringing forward an amendment that improves what you started with the inputs that have been provided.
Representative Bricky.
I just wanted to say that I also agree that this is the way to go. This is far and above what is on the minds of our voters. These are the kinds of things that we need to be thinking about. And I agree. We need to go forward with this.
Okay, further comments? Representative Ladd?
Yeah, I've been on a number of these commissions as well, and I'll speak to the one that you did, Representative Ames, the SB 57 new one that's coming up. That's a bill that has both committees, a committee on it and a commission on it. The committee on it is looking at the reorganization structure of our SAUs and looking at how we align our districts into a more effective cost efficiencies. The second one is a commission, which is looking at the costing of special education. And that commission does have two commissioners on it that come out of, one out of Department of Education and one out of HHS. They're on it. The value of these commissions, I also chair the Public School Infrastructure Commission, which is a commission that looks at security, access, communications, the safety measures being taken in all our schools, K through 12 in this state. We just met the other day, and we have a member on that who is the Director of Homeland Security, which is a key person in making our decisions. We also had the last meeting, Eddie Edwards from the Department of Safety. They're working with the Commissioner of Education was there as well. We have a couple senators and we have 3 representatives. And the work that's being done is coming out. It's bipartisan work. When it comes to safety in our schools, everybody's on that same page. But the value of these commissioners and what they have to communicate with us is invaluable. And I think that if we really want to do anything properly, you're going to have those professionals on it that you can have their insight throughout as a sitting member. A committee's made up of what? Usually 5 representatives and 3, from the Senate. If we can get 3, Senate usually only wants 1 on it because they don't want to be on commissions and committees. So it's just basically this group retooling where we are. And yes, we can gather input from those around us, but that's not as effective as being a voting member on a commission. The last commission that I was on, it was not the last one, many of them, but the one which the Governor Sununu put together was the task force for the alignment of the 2 community college system and the university system, which turned into a commission that had a number of people made good recommendations, and it turned into HB 1450 and 1530, which were on our way to improving those 2 systems. I think we got to go beyond. I guess I stray a little bit from where you are. If anything like this you're going to do, it should be done at that higher level, a commission study. This is a hefty issue we're talking about here. We talked a little bit about the SWEP at the beginning. In FY26, if we had the excess money from those donor towns come to us as a state, we're talking $28 million. That's a real small amount in terms to what people are asking, as much as $500 million each year. So obviously, the SWEP's not the answer. In fact, If you double it, you're going to end up having more donor towns. And there you're going to have a fight on the floor of the House for sure. So, yeah, this is a real topic that's going to hit a lot of rough edges along the way. You know,
Sure is.
yeah,
But I just, we're now most of a year into having a more focused committee on education funding, and we're nowhere along the path of talking about funding sources. So, I frankly arrived today assuming there wouldn't be much support for this, but do we have enough support to make it at least worthwhile for Representative Ames and I to refashion it and bring it back to the subcommittee? A thumbs up, we already, how many think it's worth taking the next step? 3 of us. How many think it's not worth taking the next step? Okay.
You want us to break your tie?
We'll text Luna and ask him to vote remotely.
Yeah.
We're not on.
So I am curious, assuming if this does not get advanced, say in the form of a broader commission, how will we resolve this, and how will we lay the foundation for doing something sensible with the swept tax if that's what we're stuck with? Yes.
I really appreciate the effort. I really do. It's just that I do come from one of the, those groups that feels that if something is important enough to have a study committee, it's important enough for people to just put legislation and run it through the committee and have the issues discussed that way, right? I mean, to me, there is not much that a committee can do that cannot be done by people who are passionate about the topic and who want to suggest a particular solution. We already have all those. I mean, I don't want to be, just say, well, the filing period is still open, because I recognize that a bill of this complexity cannot be put together by the time of the, filing period being over. But to me, the way to look at this is to, again, come up with a proposed solution. I'm sure that you have certain thoughts and that other people who you may want to work with have a thought. And if there comes a consensus from that ad hoc group, again, a bill should be filed and discussed through the proper processes. It's just, having been on statutory committees and recognizing that some of them do produce some valuable results, I don't want to say that they should never be used, but I do have a strong bias against creating one more committee, because at the end of the day, all that committee provides is a report that's non-binding on anyone. So, there is nothing stopping a group of passionate people from providing that report. Anyway, so.
Yeah, I'm sympathetic to most of what you've said, but I still think that this is one of those multivariate equations that involves so many different possible ways of dealing with it that if you don't have a panel that's thrashing through the trade-offs, you don't get to the point where you fashion a bill that's likely to, garner success. And I think the difficulty with, basically you have to decide which horse you're going to saddle up when you're putting a bill proposal into OLS. And I can think of what my preference might be, but it might not be the one that's got the greatest prospects. Representative Fellows.
So I have a question. So if you're thinking of redoing it, you obviously have to change the date that the report is due.
Right.
So what are you thinking? Would you have for a date?
I would make it November 1st, 26. Entirely that this would be conducted, assuming that this was brought to the House floor in January, enacted by, say, April, you would basically then, get into a very, very tight time frame of half a year, possibly even a little bit less. But I don't think carrying it over to a future legislature is helpful.
So I think there might be some bills coming up for next year that might be more helpful in terms of getting a lot of concrete information that just the legislators don't have, just things about different kinds of revenues. And even if you have revenue administration on the, you make it a commission and have revenue administration to put together the answers to what the commission members would have would take some time. So I just don't think I think you need more time to do this and have it be really productive.
Does that mean you think it's worth doing if more time was allowed, or does that mean you think it's not worth doing?
So I don't think it's worth doing if it's just a committee. And I'm concerned that there just wouldn't be enough, even if it were a commission, there wouldn't be enough time to put it together. I think if it's a bill next year, that setting the date as November is probably too short.
Fair enough. Representative Earth.
So my take is we have 400 representatives in the House of Representatives, and that is plenty of brain power to wrap our heads around this. We also have a good number of standing committees in the House. Again, very thorough across the board kinds of committees. We have access to every department in the state of New Hampshire in terms of bringing them forward to all these various committees. And we could probably bring in other experts as well. I don't really see the need to go beyond that, given how much horsepower, firepower we have just in the House. And then you add in, you have the Senate as well to look over our shoulders after we hopefully get something through. So that's where I agree with Representative Popovich. There just is not really, I don't see a need from yet another committee, commission, whatever it is. I understand the commission modification, and I wouldn't have a problem with that. But I don't see a need for the whole process, given what we have available to us in the House and with the backing of the entire state of New Hampshire behind us.
Representative Damon.
Thank you. I'd like to hear some feedback from folks who have spoken that this isn't necessary. And if I may, particularly Representative Earth, I'd like some more input from you. If there's not a committee or commission looking at revenue sources, who's organizing this work? If in fact there is agreement that we need to have someone do this work, are we saying that Education Funding Committee is going to bring in all the expert voices and do this work to look at what our options might be? Or are we saying Ways and Means is going to do it? Who's going to organize it?
Representative Ladd and Representative Brady.
The rationale behind why we have an education funding committee right now versus just one policy committee, education, is when I went to the speaker and said, we need to do something about a costing of an education. We need to do something relevant to how we're going to support higher education. We got to do something about how we're going to support career technical education. And if, in fact, we have a funding committee such as the one we have right here, there will be more opportunity for us to engage in that if we don't get submerged with a lot of funding bills this year. And the legislature has a bad habit of sticking in a lot of bills, and you end up spending a lot of time in hearing and exec sessions, whereas this group, because we have some very talented people on the Education Funding Committee that come from backgrounds like Representative Hames, you have that, Ways and Means background. We have 3 people from finance on it. We have folks that have been on policy with the policy backgrounds for a number of years. There is a wealth of information right there, or talent right there on that committee. We also have some issues that are aside from where the money is coming from. It's how we're using the money that we have right now. That's an issue. When in fact, in FY24, we spent in this state $977 million per year in that 1 year on special education expenses. 85% of that dollar came from the local district. goes back to what Representative Popovich said at the beginning. It's state versus local. Where's the accountability? Where's the control? You get the state more involved, the locals are going to, have to concur. And so do we want that? We like to think that we're not local control state because the legislature can give it and take it, but it's an issue which is driving our ship here in terms of the decisions that are made on the IEPs now are made at the local IEP level in the school district. Can we continue to have this type of expenditure when we're seeing the number of students in the state, K through 12, decreasing significantly? There's another reason why, our funding formula needs to be looked at because it's based on per pupil, not on program. And so I believe that there's a number of things which we have to address, just not where the revenue is coming from, but how much we need to make this thing work so we know where we're going. And so I kind of like to see these other things get resolved here. Can we afford to continue with the special education costing the way we are? That's just driving us right to that cliff where we're having to take from Peter to pay Paul. That's what we're doing. And it's an expense that I don't know if we can sustain when our population back in 2010 in the state was roughly around 210,000 kids, K through 12. Now we're 155,000, 160,000, somewhere down that area. But our population of kids with IEPs is growing more than we had back then. And so there's this type of thing going on our graphs. And so we got to figure out how do we resolve that these trends that are going on. Are the trends costing us? How do we address that? Is it going to be through leadership within the community? Is it going to be to, consolidate some of our schools? I don't have all those answers. I know some of the questions we got to ask. But so I see, yes, we have a revenue issue, but we certainly have a costing issue as well, which we got to look at.
Okay, so I'd like to wind up the conversation on 491 with the following conclusion as the co-sponsor. I don't think there's sufficient breadth of support for doing this for this coming year. I think that if I was going to do it, I would incorporate the ideas that Representative Ames has suggested, and I reserve the possibility of maybe coming forward with that in a year. But I think the point is well taken. Education funding was constructed with Ways and Means background perspectives and finance. We do have the horsepower. So what I will do is I will put in an LSR request to make sure that we have a vehicle in the Education Committee, Education Funding Committee for 2026, where we can be talking about the revenue sources topic, and we have something that we can delve into further and amend. And that does not mean that I think that somehow between now and Friday at 4, I've divined the ultimate solution. It means I'll have a vehicle that we can discuss.
Oh, come on. Really? How hard is it really?
The options we have as a committee to deal with this bill, you can OTP, OTPA as with amendment, you can ITL, or you can interim study.
Yeah.
If you interim study it, you have the whole year here to work on this effort as a committee of the whole, which we may want to.
Well, I think it's a bill that's just proposing to create a committee or a commission. That's not constructive. So I'm going to take this alternative path. I am not relenting on the quest. Okay, which brings us to the fourth of the bills we have retained, and that Representative Ames can now step forward once again, but this time as the prime sponsor to bring us back into focus. And 734, I will say before Representative Ames gets going, is a very familiar bill to me because he has introduced prior iterations in both of the terms where we sat together on Ways and Means.
Okay, we have been talking about this as we've talked about the other bills. I think the terms, the text is in 772 in its entirety. I just summarize it. The centerpieces are that it does not change the amount of money to be raised, but it does make that amount of money subject to an annual increase based on whatever inflationary factors, I guess. And then, the consumer price index is on page, I can't get the pages here.
One.
Page 1, okay.
Right.
Yeah, it's right there, the first page of the thing. So it doesn't change that. Anybody could make an amendment suggesting some different number, but that's what it is, $363 million plus a CPI adjustments. And then, big change, it does what we talked about at length earlier today. It sends all revenue for deposit into the Education Trust Fund. The current state of the law is that all revenue received at the municipal level through their tax process is remitted, sent over to the school district or school districts that serve their students living in the town. It makes major adjustments to the low and moderate income rebate program. Principal among them is that the program is the calculations in the program for rebates add the two education taxes together so that the tax that could be rebated is the sum of the local school tax and the swept tax. And then there's a whole series of eligibility numbers and what the level of rebate will be based on that are adjusted in this bill. And I think, and then beyond that, recognizing that all of this swept low and moderate income rebate process is beneficial only to homeowners, then homeowners in the sense of a homestead, so living in the home. There is a committee, sorry to say, another one of these study committees, that would look at issues that are not reached by this rebate program, renters, tenants, in other words, and properties that rent out to tenants, trying to embrace the reality that these living places are equally subject to the local property tax, and if we're going to have a rebate for homeowners, there's certainly an argument that it should extend to tenants as well, and their landlords. And then I think there's one other provision that I wanted to mention. It has to do with data ensuring there's sufficient data to do the work that the DRA undertakes. I do believe the DRA has a remarkable collection of data in their system already, so I'm not sure that's needed. I would say that right now, the low and moderate income tax program is, as it stands, is underutilized. I think it's spending close to somewhere between $1 and $2 million per year. And that really is as product as much as anything of the fact that it's against only the SWEP program. So you're limited by what a already low level of value for the home that's eligible for this against a rate that's very low, and it's a limited amount of money that can be rebated. So I think many people find it not worth going through the difficult process of demonstrating eligibility through a rebate system. So it attempts to reform that to provide a really significant rebate. I think it's a good bill. I've kept putting it forward. It never has been killed. It's always been studied. So I hope we can find a way of doing better with this.
So that's right. It was interim study both of the last two terms, in 24 and 22. It's basically three parts. The first part makes the swept amount of $363 million adjustable on a COLA basis, right? The second part, which I think is the most interesting, well-developed part here, is to enhance the low-income credit. And then we have the committee. Is there an argument for breaking the bill and just focusing on one of those three elements, such as the low-income credit?
Well, the credit could certainly be separated out. I think, oops. I once watched a replay of one of these videos, and I had made a profound statement that it wasn't on.
It's very interesting. We can hear each other, but if you're on video, you cannot hear someone who doesn't use the mic, so thank you.
Yeah, no. With that joke, I've lost track.
Hands away from the mic.
Oh, separating out. Thank you. Yeah, I think that it all ties together, actually. I think that that having a rebate program that's meaningful requires funding, and the excess swept would help provide that funding out of the Education Trust Fund. And the second thing is that I think that the level of the tax, well, that I suppose the cost of living aspect could be an entirely separate thing. That's not really necessarily a part of this. I think it's just a sensible thing to have there. Why $363 million? It was a number that was concocted, I don't know, 2012, 2007, maybe Rick Glad remembers.
I don't remember.
Okay, someday we'll get it from Representative
We'll say
Delos.
that.
Yeah, okay, so that's my response to that.
Okay, fair enough.
Representative Ames, was there ever a final fiscal note that came in on this from Department of Revenue Administration and DOE?
I believe there was, yeah. I could be wrong, but no, I think they said it's indeterminable.
Yes, that's exactly what they said. Everybody says that.
And basically, and I was frustrated in trying to dig into this because a lot of the data breaks of those who've applied. You're trying to figure out, the users of this. And work off of that. That's one way of looking at this.
The bottom line is you've put a $30 million cap on it.
I put a 30, the way I dealt with it, I said, okay, I don't know. I don't want to break the bank. And so we've got a $30 million cap and a system that that has the rebates going out after the deadline is closed, and determination is made at that time whether the ask is greater than the $30 million limit, and then it's prorated Yeah.
Representative Fellows.
Yes, so just give you some idea of like what kind of population and who, if people use this or not. I think it was 2021 that I had a bill that passed that took the low and moderate income tax refund that we have now, and it increased the amount. It increased the amount of the property value. There's a max in here on you're not getting a rebate on your whole property tax, just the first couple $1,000s worth of your property. It increased that limit, and it raised the maximum amount that a single person could have to qualify from $15,000 a year, I think, to whatever it is now. And after that passed, one of the things, nobody knows about it, that's why it doesn't cost very much money, but what I did is I went around when I was campaigning and told people in Ashland about this program. And after that year went by when it was first available, before that, 0 people from Ashland had applied. And after I went around and put up posters and told people about it, when I knocked on doors, 11 people applied. So that tells you that people just don't know about it. And if you start rebating, if you're going to do a rebate that's going to give them, also the maximum amount that they're getting now is only about $100. That's a maximum anybody could get because inflation has gone up so much. It's really just about impossible to estimate what the cost is going to be, and it could be significant if the rebate is enough money.
I'd just like to add that in this bill itself is a notice requirement that goes well beyond what's in the tax bill now. And it gets to your point, it's not as good as a campaigner walking around door to door, I'll grant that. But I think if you're going to have a rebate program, you have to be honest about it. You have to ensure that people know about it and that it's going to cost what it's going to cost based on everybody being in on the game.
Okay, very good. All comments on 734 have been heard. Anybody further? Okay, so we've reviewed the 4 bills. We've reviewed them more thoroughly than I thought, and we haven't left a large amount of time to have an open discussion. There's another subcommittee meeting at 1 o'clock. We want to have a break between. So I guess the question I would ask is, do we want to break for a caucus for a few minutes and decide whether we want to make any recommendations today? Do we think that instead we want to meet again? And if so, when?
I would suggest that we not make any recommendations today. You know, when you do it at the 11th hour, you're really not able to, do the best job you can. Also, I've seen Representative Luno's name on a number of these bills, and I would prefer that we have a full subcommittee on board before we do that.
That makes perfect sense to me. If it does with everybody else, let's just focus then on when we'd like to meet. I would suggest we do not meet any sooner than 2 weeks from today. I believe that next Tuesday has already been commandeered. And we want to make sure we don't have any of our 4 subcommittees trying to schedule simultaneously.
If I may.
Yes.
Could I suggest that potentially Thursday that week would be a good time? I think originally we were kind of looking at Tuesday and Thursday being possible days for this. And if Tuesday is booked, I don't want to push this too far because there is a chance that after we discuss, we determine that we need to meet again and then we'll run out of time. So.
Right. That's fair. So next Tuesday is booked, but I think 2 Tuesdays from now is free, and then the possibility of Thursday. I'd just like to ask Representative Ladd first. On what timetable do you want to have each of the subcommittees prepared to report back for a full committee meeting?
Excuse me. we have to have, these bills recommended by, what, November 15th or 23rd, 21st? Yeah. And so that will mean that probably either in the first week or the second week of November, we will be meeting as a full committee to take recommendations from the subcommittees. So that means, I would say by the end of October, the subcommittees ought to have their work
So
prepared to give a
it's not your
recommendation.
plan to have the full committee meet at an earlier date?
No,
Okay.
not unless there's a day in which everybody's down here.
So I think that gives us ample freedom. Why don't we stick with a Tuesday and settle on 2 or 3 weeks from today? Is that acceptable?
It's October.
30th or
October 30th or November 6th?
September,
October 6th, excuse me.
September 30th.
I just got November in my brain. How about October 6th?
I'm
That's Monday.
out of the,
October 7th.
I'm out of state.
Okay.
How about the week before?
October 7th. I was forgetting September has 30 days.
So what happened to September 30th?
September 30th is better.
Okay.
Say,
September 30th?
Yeah.
Okay. Does that work for all members? And hopefully for Representative Luno.
What time?
10 a.m., same place. Okay, 10 a.m. Tuesday, September 30th. Thank you very much. Then I think put your thoughts together, and I don't know that we need to make this a multitude of additional meetings. I think it would be good to come to the next meeting, assuming it could well be our last.
I'm sorry, what time did you say?
10 a.m.
Yeah.
All right. If there are no further questions, I'm going to close the work session of our subcommittee. Thank you very much for attending, and I appreciate the additional voluntary attendees and the audience. Thank you.
Okay,
Boy, this room is stuffy.
It is.
yeah, it is. There's no air moving around in here.
None.
You can't open windows here.
So we're not going to be paying twice. In other words, we're not going to have Medicaid reimbursement, and then they count that $70,000, and then they're going after it with the special education aid that comes after the $70,000. Some are not going after the Medicaid. So then they are getting it the other way. So I guess I'm struggling a little bit in terms of where I want to go in terms of this formula. Do we need to address the formula so that we change our numbers or change how we're addressing the whole issue of special education aid? And it also dips a little bit into differentiated aid. It's open to discussion right now. Yes, Representative Pavlovich.
Just very briefly, I wanted to say that this is one of the topics where I think we may have an opportunity to put something together to guide us in the following budget process, to adopt a suggestion made by our colleague earlier that, obviously we are not going to change funding for this budget cycle, but maybe this is a place where we can find a adjustment or an improvement that we're all comfortable with that should be, put forward into the RSAs so that it guides us through the next budget process.
Effective July 1, 2027, something like that.
I would be comfortable with that because I think it would help the finance committee to understand what the will of the, state of the legislature is on that particular area of the budget.
Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you. So as yourself, Representative Ladd, I think about the several different options here of how to do a better job of helping school districts with special ed funding, and there certainly are some different options. I absolutely agree with the two premises of this bill to not prorate the special ed funding when the districts submit to the state. They've already had those expenses. They're not projecting what the expenses will be. They know what they were. So that has already happened. I think we recognize that the federal government does not provide the resources for IDEA some 50 years in, and it is really having a serious impact on school districts. And essentially what happens, since they have to meet the legal standard to provide special education in the ways that they work hard to do so comprehensively, essentially not adequately funding special ed from the state is decreasing gen ed funding because the school districts have to make it up somehow. So it's impacting all the kids. I think we shouldn't be prorating. It should be coming from the Education Trust Fund. That's where it belongs. And then as to the consideration you brought up of would we change the thresholds? And maybe is threshold the word? I think that's certainly an important consideration. There's not that many students who land in the category that we call catastrophic aid, or used to call. They're significantly costly, but they're not the majority of special ed kids by any means. And then lastly, I'd like to have more data, maybe we have it and I'm not recalling it, on districts not submitting for Medicaid. I was under the impression that most districts did do that. So if we have any information on that, that would help the
That we need to
decision-making.
gather. Representative Spilsbury.
We heard from at least one administrator that she does two calculations, sort of like, you might do when you're preparing your tax return. And she puts in for the Medicaid if it's helpful and doesn't in other cases. So that's the administrative perspective. I think the other side of that coin is that Medicaid fundamentally is something for which an individual qualifies, not a school system. And so it requires the voluntary participation of the family of that child, right? And I don't know whether it's allowable or even good policy to try and compel that kind of participation, right? So I've alluded to these thoughts before, and I'd like to elaborate a little bit more. I would like the state to take a bigger role in funding special education. I would like to see it shifted more towards an insurance model so that it's not some kind of a flat allowance like we have as a component of differentiated aid in our adequacy formula, but rather it's based on actual expenditures, demonstrated, reported, quantified, demonstrable, and then reimbursed. So we already have that model in the catastrophic aid, but to extend that model across the board in special education would require a number of things. Number one, it would require a substantial reduction in the threshold. Not 3, not 2.5, ideally 1, or if you want at least a bit of a crossover, slack 1.5. But the only way we're going to be able to do that is by layering in increasing percentages of state share. And so that makes sense to me. In fact, I think it's entirely plausible, at least on a conceptual basis, to have the state's share of the first tier above whatever that entry threshold is be something very nominal, like 5%. But what it does is it expands the whole program. It gets the theory in place. It brings in the information. It lays a foundation for the state to know what its money is actually supporting. And, all hypothetical numbers, but if you said that at 1.5 times, the state starts to provide 5%, and at 2 times it's 15%, and it, you can scale up. I think that at the same time that there's a problem with the state insufficiently supporting special ed expense below the current CAT aid threshold, I think there's a problem on the other side of that coin where when we do get to 3.5 times, say $70,000, the current law switches it from entirely a local funded obligation to an almost entirely state funded, and then ultimately fully funded. So the 80% and 100% marks that we have, I don't think they serve us all that well either. And maybe they're too high. I think that there's probably always a point on the lower end where the state ought to be participating. And there is probably always a point at the high end when the local community should continue to participate. So if you tried to construct something that ran along the lines of what I'm talking about, you do it by simultaneously reducing the percentage of state participation at the top and phasing up the percentage of the state participation at the bottom. So that's a lot of calculating, I suppose. It's also going to be a lot of speculating. And it might be that we have to come forward with a way of phasing it in so that initially there's a reporting period. After all, even today, CAT aid is based on, as Representative Damon said, actual expenses. So we're looking back at the prior year in order to determine what amount it is that the state may be responsible for reimbursing the district in the current year. And I happen to agree that whatever we come up with, it should be a commitment, should not be subject to proration. And I agree that the Education Trust Fund is the logical pool for it. So we need to be very judicious so that we don't just, run down the Education Trust Fund and to take on an obligation that it gets out of control. There needs to be serious controls in it. And so all of these things can tie together. When the state starts participating at a low level, I think it can require the reporting. And our frustration today is when we ask certain questions about how to quantify what the exposure might be, is there's no data to even inform us. So we can start the step by, at least in the first year or two, gathering the data. And I think that, this is obviously going to create a manpower burden on the districts. We can't be oblivious to that. So it's going to have to be something where there's state is participating at a meaningful level, and it's worth the extra burden that's required to inform the state. So we also have the allowance in our adequacy formula. And this is so nebulous, I think we should eliminate it. In fact, I'm persuaded in reading the most recent decision from Judge Ruoff in the Rand case that it's completely misunderstood. I mean, as far as I'm aware, the purpose of the differentiated aid components in our adequacy is to take account of certain kinds of things that make it more costly for a district to develop and deliver an adequate education, right? So free and reduced is a proxy for poverty. It's not a direct measure. It certainly has nothing to do with providing meals, right? And by the same token, the allowance for those students who are special ed qualified, have an IEP, is basically a proxy. It's a component of the adequacy formula. There's nothing in our law that says to the district, when you receive this money, it has to be spent on special ed. In no way is it earmarked. In no way is it even accounted for in that context. So I would rather see our approach to the adequacy formula. By the way, I hate that term. The whole concept that what we're doing here is merely making adequate education possible. I'd like to see us transform something into like excellence in education grants. But if we harvest at least some of that money over and we combine it with what's already available in the CAD aid, maybe it, and maybe if we're willing to enhance it. After all, the bill that we reported out, passed out of the House this spring, would have involved a 50% increase in the special ed component. And, that didn't get through the Senate, but we can certainly, I think, find commitment from this committee to enhance, take these funds, take these CAD aid funds, put them together and bump them 30 million and see what kind of a formula we can construct. And why confuse our special ed issues, which are serious, with our adequacy issues? They're really two different things. Why not build a new, more direct way of having the state take part of the risk that educating special ed students involves? I would also just point out that I haven't seen many districts' budgets, but it's not far from wrong to say that the Fall Mountain budget typically is comprised of about a third for general ed, a third for special ed, and a third for various other administrative and support programs and buses and so on and so forth. And I think that probably varies a fair bit from school district, but for very, very loose terms, let's just say that if a third of the cost of the annual budget of a district is going to special ed, when we talk about what's the average amount spent per student, whether you want to use a round figure like 20,000, which tends to have been in the discussion in recent years, or is it 23 or is it 26? A third of that is already special ed. I had a quick and interesting education on that point a few years ago when I was involved with the effort of Charlestown to withdraw from Fall Mountain. And so one of the questions that had to be evaluated was that if we were no longer a member of the district, could we tuition our students grades 9 through 12 to Fall Mountain High School? Well, it turns out that there was plenty of precedent for that question because Fall Mountain already takes students by tuition from Leominster and from Unity and maybe even a couple of other towns. And when we dug into it, we asked, well, what do we charge for tuition? The tuition was something like $14,500. And it was growing, and this is several years ago now, 5 years ago. But when you look at the total budget and you divide it by the number of students, that's one number. What portion of that is special ed already? What portion of that is not the core education function that maybe adequacy is oriented to? And then you can start to see why a district that has about $23,000 to $26,000 total expenditures per student might charge only $15,000 or $16,000 for tuition from a mainstream student from an adjoining town. So, sorry that was long, but I'm trying to tie a bunch of things together and not talk about any one of them in isolation.
Further discussion, Representative Popovich.
Just wanted to quickly remind us, because we are looking at a bill that was filed, 1 year ago. I want to remind everybody that in the meantime, the HB2 includes language that does transfer the responsibility for these payments to the education trust fund. And also that we did limit the proration, right? Because one of the great concerns, and a very legitimate concern, is that it's so hard to budget when you expect $100 and you get 67. That creates an issue. We have adopted a cap of at least a floor of 80% where we will pay over the budgeted amount up to 80% of everything incurred. And while that is, I agree, not the exact solution that was advocated for, it definitely makes things much more manageable for the school districts because they now have a worst case scenario. Before we didn't have one. All this is language in HB2 that I have right in front of me. I was double checking it just to make sure I don't remember the wrong thing. So
That came to the budget from this committee.
we
So,
did,
yes,
but
absolutely.
basically it has been adopted. So while there is an 80% floor rather than the full 100% funding, pretty much everything else from this bill is already in HB2, as far as I can read it, which doesn't mean, by the way, that we shouldn't continue to talk about. I think this bill was retained as a vehicle, not because in itself we needed to decide on it, but to give us an opportunity to suggest any further changes that may be desirable to be considered by the full committee and then the legislature. But I did want to remind everybody that again, HB2 has the 80% floor that was not there before, and which is a result of this. And yeah, it came through the funding to finance, and then it went into HB2. And again, that the language now says that the amount necessary to fund special education and under this section is hereby appropriated from the Education Trust Fund, authorized to draw a warrant. And if the balance in the trust fund is less than zero, the state controller shall transfer sufficient funds from the general fund. So that part is already, in, and I'll happily yield.
Can I just clarify? So thank you for reminding of what ended in HB2. Does that statement about taking it from the Education Trust Fund apply in perpetuity as long as there's no statute contradicting it, or is it only for this biennium?
I may.
It goes on and on and on.
It modified the underlying RSAs, which in all due fairness, may be touched again in the next HB2, but that is always the case for every RSA. But there is nothing less permanent about this than about any bill that we would pass.
Okay, I'd like to interject a little bit, talking about some specific dollar amounts. We are spending in special education aid, our expenditures there are roughly around $977 million per year. Differentiated aid, as it's incorporated into the adequacy formula, amounts to about $68 million. What we get from IDEA is roughly around, $51 million. And what we get from the state in terms of the special education aid was $34 million, and now we've upped it over $50 million. When you add the three columns, IDEA, the state, and differentiated aid, and compare it to the total expenditure of these districts, the districts are really catching it. And that's why I was suggesting, is there any way we can, get lower turn, have the state kick in earlier? So if even at using present day figures, if you knocked it from down to 2.5 times, call it $50,000, you would be saving roughly $20,000 per child. But it's then it's going to kick in a whole lot more dollars on the state's operating budget for the special education aid, and I don't know what that number is. I asked Becky today earlier how we could get a better handle on those students that are less than 3.5 times, less than the 70,000. How can we figure out what the costs are for these students, these children, as it goes down to a very minimal amount for, a one-time visit a week with a special education teacher? And so if we backed it off, what kind of expenses would we be incurring? And Becky, do you have a second to come up to the podium?
No pressure.
Becky, again, is not the department at all. Becky is kind enough to come forward with some of her experiences and relate to us. How do we get this information? Is there any, we've been told to date throughout this summer that the data's not there from special education to provide it. Is there any path we can take to try and get a better handle? Even a general perspective would give us a better understanding of how to deal with these dollars.
Well, thank you for asking. For the record, I'm Becky Wilson. I'm the Director of Governmental Relations for the New Hampshire School Boards Association. Prior to that, I served as a special education director here, and we were just having a conversation about previously whether or not there was any data available potentially that could be used for this. And just to echo Representative Ladd's earlier statement, I do not speak for the department. I'm not speaking on behalf of the special education administrators. While this is not specifically a Medicaid to schools discussion in isolation, there is information that districts who are participating in Medicaid to schools are already collecting. One of the things that they do annually is come up with their hourly rate for staff who are providing special education services for those staff that would fall under an appropriate billable service for Medicaid to schools. There is a formula for each type of service and how you calculate out the hourly rate. But for the majority of your school districts that are participating in Medicaid to schools, that hourly rate information is available. That is to say that if you were using those hourly rates and had some sort of way to come up with, for example, a state average for speech pathology, for example, you wouldn't have to think about whether or not every kid qualified for Medicaid to schools, but you would at least have an option to consider if a school is providing X amount of speech and language services for this particular student or that particular group of students. You could cost out sort of what the rate would have been for that service. And that would apply, I think, to the majority of the services that you're trying to figure out how much they cost, or how many students you have that might hit some sort of, cap that you're choosing. And again, different districts have different hourly rates for the same types of services based on what those districts are able to afford and what they are paying. So districts who have, I'm going to continue to use the speech example, but districts who have a speech pathologist who is actually an employee of their district who's getting paid under a district contract, that hourly rate may be different than a district who is contracting with an outside provider because they don't have access to a speech pathologist, for example. But if you wanted to gather that information is already available because districts have to calculate it each year as part of the Medicaid to Schools program. So
Can you
could
stop just for a second
Sure.
right there, please, Becky? So Becky, if we know the number of special education IEP type kids in a school, whether it be one of the 13 categories,
Yes.
and if we know that we're employing either by contract or by those that are on board we know what the cost is for all the special education providers that I have in my school, whether it be the resource room teacher or the speech pathologist or it be occupational therapy, whatever it might be. If we add up all those costs and divide it into the number of kids, can we come out with some kind of an average cost that's more likely to be closer to the target?
Thank you for that question. Two things that I want, and I'm speaking a little bit backwards because I don't want to forget what you said initially. The first is that the services that are already calculated, the hourly rates, are for medically necessary services. So you would need somebody at the district level to look at, for example, academics, special ed services like special education teachers. Those are not billable under Medicaid most often, so those rates would have to be calculated. But again, I think somebody at the district level would need to say these staff are covered under the special education 1200 lines. I'm going to divide up those people's salaries and find out their hourly rate. That piece might be an additional step that's not already done, although I think it's reasonable to do. The majority of the services that are covered under Medicaid to schools are already done. So yes, for the most part, I would say, 80% of your service delivery staff are already calculated those hourly rates. In terms of looking at it from a school perspective or a district perspective, I would just caution you that if you wanted to look at an average cost in that district, I might suggest that instead you really look at plotting out all the costs for the special education students in that district and taking just the mean. Take out the two extremes, the very low case and the very high case, because I think if you're really trying to get what is the next tier down from students that currently don't qualify for special education aid, if you're trying to look at sort of the average cost for students who spend the majority of their time in that district, in their general ed curriculum, in those classrooms, I would take out the extremes. I would find a way to mathematically look at really what is the mean number of what people are spending, not so much the average, because I think then you're going to, get the students that are currently placed in a $300,000 placement and the students who have, 2 units of speech a week in the preschool who are only there for an hour a day. You want to get rid of those outliers so that you really can get accurate information about what is generally the cost.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and seriously nice seeing you, and thank you for sharing your thoughts. To me, I think that we are not really worried about averages, because the types of policies that we are looking at moving certain reimbursement thresholds, and an average is just not a measure that helps in understanding what the impact of that would be. I just want to make sure you understand that as far as I'm concerned, and quite a few of my colleagues that I spoke with over time, we would be more looking for a distribution of costs by students. You have 100 people who are in this cost bucket. We have 10 here, 5 here. Obviously, no interest in individuals. So it's got to be properly reported so that individual data cannot be gleaned out of it, right? So that's should go without saying, but we'll say it anyway because people may misunderstand. But at the end of the day, what we need is a distribution of number of students in this cost bucket and in this cost bucket, because this is what we need to understand. What happens if we move from 3.5 to 3 or 2.5 or 2? Right now, everywhere we ask, there is no data for it. And this is what my colleagues were talking about earlier, that we need to find a way to start getting the schools to keep track of that so they can report it to us. And whether that can be straight up a reporting request, which the schools, in my opinion, I understand it's a burden on them. But if the schools understand that this is done with an eye towards being able to help them more, but understanding, that we need the data to help them, maybe they will be more willing to engage in that, or whether we go to a low reimbursement attached to a reporting requirement to at least give them something to compensate them for their time in putting together. But to me, that's the end goal that we need for this particular problem to be addressed with more of an ability to understand the impact of our policies. Look, we just don't want to do something. I want to do something and understand what's the likely outcome. And right now, the second half is not here. And it's very hard to do stuff when you don't know sorry, I don't want to whine longer than I have to, but I wanted to make sure I understand some of the perspectives here in the hope of maybe, having an idea on how we best can get there.
I'm not sure there was a question in there, but I was trying to respond to, I think, what I thought Representative Ladd was asking, which was about how to get the average. And I think that I understand what you're asking as well, Representative. I would be thoughtful about the conversation around the fact that students' needs change regularly. And if an IEP team is doing a good job of assessing where a student is at and what progress they're making towards their goal, they may be in bucket number 1 for the first half of the school year and bucket number 3 for the second half. You have referrals that come in and out. You have students, we were talking earlier, that hopefully if you provide the right early intervention, perhaps they don't need eligibility for special education as time goes on, or perhaps it's the reverse. You have a student who, unfortunately something happens and they all of a sudden have very intensive needs, where in the previous year they may not have. So I think you just want to, whatever data you want to try to collect, most of the data that I'm speaking about in terms of Medicaid to schools or in terms of hourly rates or however you want to calculate that, that's done at the business office level. That's not done by a case manager, for example. That's done by people at the district level who are looking at the district as a whole, not necessarily school to school. So I think that's something else you need to consider when you're trying to gather that information. But if you're looking to just get an influx of information about costs for services across the state, there is some of that available, even though it's being done for the Medicaid to Schools program. And it's not going to tell you, student A is getting this much and student B is getting this much, but it would give you something to go off of that would be to some extent, sort of redacted in terms of individual students. It would give you some district information to look at, what is Bedford paying versus what is, Colebrook paying. You'd be able to really look at some of those differences. And also just a caution that Medicaid to Schools, as you all know, is changing. And the state currently sets a rate for certain services, and you can only get reimbursed up to 50% of whatever the rate is that the state has set. That is changing. And as of the new program, which I believe phases in over the course of this year, or maybe by January, it's a Henry Littman question, districts are going to be reimbursed for 50% of their actual cost. So that is different. That is a different, right now they're only getting 50% of the rate that the state sets, which is why they have to calculate their hourly rates so that they can see, I think, whether it was Representative Spilsbury or Representative Ladd mentioned earlier, some districts are running 2 systems to see what is the right way to go about some of these things. So.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A quick unrelated question, even though it's in the same topic. One of the data points that really made me scratch my head a lot this spring was that even though our overall student population is shrinking, the number of students who receive IEPs has increased, including in 4 years, the percentage of students with IEPs, the percentage itself increased by like 25%. And again, that includes an increase in the overall number of students taking IEPs. Do you have any way to shed some light? And I understand that you may not have an answer for it right now, but if you don't have a color around this, do you even have a way for us to try to better understand what's going on there? Because obviously it's a trend that we need to understand the roots of so we can address it properly.
Thank you for the question. I have a lot of thoughts on that, quite honestly. I'm not sure that this is the venue probably for that full conversation. I think there's lots of reasons why that number has gone up. The overarching issue is that if you have districts who are lacking in resources that are available to all students, help for kids, just help in general. If the only way for a student to get help is for them to be identified because you don't have enough staff to provide help to people in general, then quite often you see a higher referral rate. I think sometimes if you have staff who are serving in special education roles and or general ed teaching roles who don't have a breadth of experience to understand the difference between, algebra happens to be hard for this student versus a student has a math disability or a concern around that area, you get more referrals. So when you have staff who are new to sometimes providing differentiated instruction, for example, it becomes an issue if something is wrong with the student and things need to be corrected. If you have overwhelmed staff, overwhelmed general ed teachers, and they need extra help, sometimes that leads to, and it's not intentional, but referrals for special education. I also think generally, overall, we're seeing people, not just kids, but people with pretty intensive needs in our communities. And if there's no other community resource other than the school to provide help for those people, the school, those kids get off the bus and we need to take care of them. If you have students who have significant mental health needs, they still come to school. They still need to learn. And if there's no community resource for them to get mental health support, oftentimes families and in conjunction with schools, will work together to provide that student those services. They need them to learn. We need kids to be able to make appropriate progress in light of their unique circumstances. That is the goal of special ed. Those are team decisions that are being made, and teams are at all different levels of functioning. I think there's lots of reasons. I could go on and on. I'm sure COVID has an impact on that as well, and some of the frame of reference and context of people, of what was considered a need or disability prior to COVID versus what is considered that now. I think there's a lot of training and things like that go into running a really efficient and appropriate IEP teams. And I think we're so desperate for people to want to do it that sometimes you don't build up people's competence in the same way that you used to in the past. Doesn't mean that people are not doing a good job. Doesn't mean that people aren't doing their jobs with fidelity. But I think that's a very complex question that you just can't say, well, it's because of X, Y, and Z.
Thank you so much.
Becky, is the billable rate for qualified students, billable qualifiers, the same for, let's see, a visually impaired student versus a DD student?
Thank you for the question. No, first of all, the services themselves are rated. So like speech is one rate, OT is one rate, teacher of the visually impaired is one rate. Has nothing to do with the kid's identification in terms of the category.
Okay.
The category, when we are submitting for Medicaid to schools, you're taking the child's sheet of services, so to speak. You could block out what category they fall under or what their name is or what their age is. You're going by the number of units of each service that child is getting. Those rates for those individual services statewide are set by the state until this new change comes through.
So the rate for a visually impaired versus a deaf impaired youngster are different.
They're not, it has nothing to do with the youngster. It has to do with who's giving the service. So the rate for speech, whether you're getting speech as a 3-year-old or speech as a 15-year-old, speech is speech. If it's provided by the speech pathologist, this is the rate the state is setting. If you're getting OT, doesn't matter if you're getting OT because you have a physical impairment or you're getting OT because you have autism, you're getting OT. OT is a certain rate.
Yes. Think so? We're struggling with this.
Maybe that's not correct, but I will tell you the state, and again, Medicaid to schools is shifting.
Yeah.
So the costs that districts are going to input, they're going to be reimbursed in theory under this new system at 50% of what they actually spend. So you are going to start to see differences between what one community is getting reimbursed for OT versus another, because they're going to be reimbursed at 50% of their actual cost. Right now, they're only reimbursed at 50% of what the rate is set by Medicaid to schools.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you. So an observation and then a question. The observation is if we're looking to compare costs for a particular service, say OT, between different districts, some of whom employ an occupational therapist and some of whom have consultants, we would need to be sure that we were looking at the full cost of the employee, including their benefits, because otherwise we'd be comparing their hourly rate to a consultant hourly rate, and any consultant who's going to stay in business is going to be charging more per hour because they don't have benefits and they're paying for their health insurance and paid time off and whatever. So just noting that we should be looking at how we compare apples to apples, to use the cliche. And then the question,
Do we bill for benefits or if it's just a salary?
There's a formula for Medicaid to schools for each service and each person under that service. So like an OT versus an OT assistant, there's a formula for each of those positions as to how the districts have to calculate out the hourly rate. It's different for every single service.
So if
Does
they
it-
have 33% benefits on top of their salary, so now it's up to $87,000 rather than being down to 60-something thousand dollars. Which is the figure that they use, the 60 or the 80?
You would have to go into Medicaid to schools billing manual and look up that position and follow the formula to figure out what that person's hourly rate includes or doesn't include. They're different for each service.
I see.
so it might not be consistent.
It would be consistent in terms of how the district has to calculate the rate. The formula is consistent. So you would have to go in there and look at that manual is online, and I'm sure Henry Lippman could probably give you a much faster answer, but there is a formula, for example, to figure out your district employed speech and language pathologist's hourly rate. There's like 3 or 4 steps that you follow to calculate that rate. There's a different section of the manual for OT assistants or a CODA, where you have to follow the formula that they put in there as to how to calculate your rate. It's not necessarily the same for each position.
So if a kid's getting a speech support from a therapist, which is not medically related, it may be a non-related R sound that comes from Boston. So that's not a billable service, correct?
That's correct. Not every
How do we
special ed
separate?
service, well, not every special education service is medically necessary.
Yes.
Some are necessary because the child requires specially designed instruction to make progress. That is the definition of special education.
So is that why we have a differentiated aid category and there is a special education aid category? Are the ones in differentiated aid, that money we're putting down there, that $68 million, is that for the student that's not medically needy?
IEP teams are not sitting at the table trying to decide what a child needs based on whether or not they qualify for Medicaid
I
to
get
schools
that,
or not.
yes.
The special ed aid that you're putting in the education trust fund, that you're reimbursing up to the, past the 10 times, blah, blah.
No, the special education aid, yes.
The the catastrophic aid, right? That is for students whose situations are beyond, obviously far beyond what is expected. It doesn't matter if they're Medicaid to schools or not in that situation. You're not tracking it solely for that purpose. And because both special education aid and Medicaid to schools are retroactive to some extent, the school district has already paid those funds, regardless of how it's getting, what portion's getting reimbursed or how it's getting reimbursed. The district has already had to front all of that cost. And as an IEP team, when you're writing an IEP or deciding what placement a child needs to meet the goals and objectives in that child's IEP, you're not thinking about whether or not the 10 times is because it's a medical, you're not thinking about that. IEP teams, for the most part, are not at all involved in whether or not the child's going to hit the cap. That is an administrative function that either your special ed director, your business manager, whoever's in your district level office is thinking about how to capture the costs of those things. But the special ed law is quite clear that you're not really supposed to be considering in the factors of making a decision of what a child needs as to how much it's going to cost. That's why special ed aid is so necessary, because districts have to make a decision based on the kid that's in front of them, not based on whether or not they're going to have to go back to the taxpayers and ask for more money because they've just made a decision that's going to cost a hefty amount of money. You need to make a decision based on what is needed for that child.
Yes, Representative Damon.
So a new statute passed this past session requiring parents or guardians to sign off every time a new Medicaid billing code is used for a service that child presumably hasn't had before. And that it would appear is going to be more complicated in terms of connection with parents and the logistics, and services may be delayed. Well, they will be delayed until it's signed off. They can't provide the services. Can you just comment about the impact of that on this whole scenario?
Thank you for asking. I will try. Explaining Medicaid to schools to families can be very complicated because honestly, it has nothing to do with whether or not the child is going to get those services. The IEP team has decided that the kid needs those services to make progress. We're asking for consent from the parent to say, yes, we can give the child the services. That's part of the IEP process. The separate consent for Medicaid to schools is about whether or not the school district is allowed to release the fact that that child is getting those services so that they can try to bill for those services and get some reimbursement. That is the Medicaid to schools consent, and that is the piece that is different. So a parent may very well give consent to an IEP that says, yes, you can give my child OT 3 times a week. And the school district is going to give that child OT 3 times a week because that is what the child needs and that's what the IEP team has decided. The parent could also say, no, I do not want you to release the fact that my child's getting these services to Medicaid to schools. The child's still going to get the services. The district just can't get reimbursed for them because the parent is not willing to consent to release that information. And that's the parent's purview. I mean, they have every right to say that. Also, the consent to release the child is getting the services, the name of those students, is so that a billing company then can, or whomever is doing your billing, can cross-reference to see if the child is Medicaid eligible. So there's another layer to this. You might get consent from a parent that says, sure, you can tell whoever you want that my kid's getting these services. And then somebody has to say, okay, is this child eligible for Medicaid? And if they're not, then, then you're not getting the same reimbursement. So there's multiple layers. It's 2 parallel systems. They're not necessarily dependent on each other in that particular way. The only thing that not giving consent for Medicaid to schools does is it takes that student out of the mix in terms of whether or not you might get reimbursement for Medicaid.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And then I would just further ask if you can share anything. It would appear that a large number of people who have previously qualified for Medicaid will not be qualified with the changes that are being made on the federal level, including children. Do we have any knowledge yet of how many school-age children that is and what kind of impact that will have on what you've just described funding-wise?
Thank you for the question. I can't really say specifically. I do think that's a question that's worth considering, especially given the fact that the way schools are going to bill for Medicaid to schools, that whole system is changing under DHHS, and there's a lot of training that's coming to school districts this year through DHHS and the Department of Ed in New Hampshire collaboratively to provide training to school districts about the changes that are coming for billing and things like that. Right now, I mean, I don't want to get in the weeds. Right now, you're, putting in your reimbursement. This new system, the agency that is, verifying what you're doing is pinging individual staff to have to go in and put in what they've been doing for the last 24 hours to try to, capture what a person is doing and to make sure that they're giving the services at the time. There's a lot of different ways that those checks and balances are going to be verified in this new system. That's not what's happening now. So I don't have any idea how those 2 things are going to work together in terms of what the impact will be on districts. I will say when we went through the Medicaid to schools change in 2018, it took us a few minutes to get everything back up and running and the training and things like that, because you're relying on staff, paraprofessionals, special education staff and specialists to input a certain amount of information about what they're doing and things like that. It requires a lot of training. So I don't know what the new change is, how that's going. There's a lot of training again that's going to have to happen, and I would imagine it will take a full cycle, I would imagine, of a year before people feel really confident in how it's going to work. But that's really a question for DHHS, I think.
Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick sidebar, since you said earlier that you don't want to get in the weeds. I want to point out that this is actually the place to get in the weeds. Seriously, we are trying to make very complex decisions, and the more we understand about the processes, the more likely we are to get our policy right. And there is nothing that sucks more than trying to make a decision with your eyes half closed in the dark and so on and so forth, you know? So trust me, if you ever get too far in the weeds, we shall gladly point that out to you. But in the meantime, feel free to weed away. We appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, we're not a weed whacker. Yeah.
These are very complex decisions.
Yeah.
And I think it's also feels very strange to me coming from a special ed director standpoint to try to separate out continuously special ed from regular ed. I mean, at the core of special education is a belief that if you have a strong regular ed system, that is the basis for every good special ed decision that comes next. Because if you don't have a strong general ed process and a program, you are, to, I think, whichever representative brought it up earlier, running the risk of misdiagnosing is not the right word, but making decisions that are really about systems concerns and not necessarily about individual student concerns. If you have a really strong general ed, regular ed program and a really strong intervention program that helps kids when they get stuck on something and then helps them to move on, you have a much better way of just when you get referrals for special education, there's a pretty robust process that the students have already gone through that you're pretty sure by the time you make that referral that that student is going to be found eligible because you've already given them lots of intervention. You've already waited to see, oh, is it like a mismatch between this particular person's teaching style and the way the student learns, or is it a true disability? You know, is it that this kid just is having a really rough period in their life, or is it that they truly have potentially an emotional behavioral disorder? Like, you have other ways to filter out some of these concerns so that when you get a referral at a special ed meter, most often the team already has lots of information. But if you have systems where that's not necessarily as strong as it could be, or you have a lack of resources, so you don't have any other way to give students the help that they need, you end up sort of in these situations where sometimes the numbers don't tell the whole story. So I would just be really mindful of that when you're talking about, you know, maybe one district has really high numbers and one district has less high numbers. You know, what could be some of the reasons for those things? If you have, you know, there's lots of reasons that those things can happen, but I think if you have really high functioning general ed, most often your special ed is also high functioning because you are really giving kids specially designed instruction that they require in order to make progress in the general ed curriculum.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for Becky? Yes, Pam.
Hi there.
Hi.
So as clerk of the committee, I was going over all of the notes for the past several months. I'm a little concerned about private insurance and billing private insurance. As I understand it, the new DOE system will identify the Medicaid versus the non-Medicaid special ed students, hopefully, once it comes in 2026. When you identify a Medicaid student, that also means you're identifying a private insurance possibly related expense if the family doesn't qualify for Medicaid. As I understand it, we do not actually bill private insurance often because the insurance companies understand that it is the duty of a public school district to pay for special ed services, including anything medically related to special ed. I'm just wondering, is there any way the state can pursue private insurance? Because I understand insurance companies have attorneys and they don't want to deal with a lawsuit if they don't provide a service. And school districts can't afford a large legal expense during the year. But the DOE should be able to help out here because it's just not fair if insurance companies should be covering some of these costs for truly a medically related service that they're not doing so.
All right, thank you for the question, Representative Brown. I will try to give a coherent answer. I think at the basis of what I think that you maybe even mentioned is that public schools have a responsibility to provide a free, appropriate education for their students in general. Free is the key. People who have private insurance maybe have private insurance today, but tomorrow maybe they don't. Maybe the person that holds the insurance loses their job, or perhaps they can't work any longer. That's not on the student then, or the district is responsible for making sure that they are meeting the child's educational needs. The needs that I think you're speaking to are really more medically related needs, where maybe the student is, for example, qualifies for Medicaid to schools, and some of the services the child gets, probably not all of them, but maybe some of them fall under Medicaid to schools and their billable services. Whether or not a child has, again, private insurance, there's so many complicating factors to that. You have, your lifetime benefits, you have your, deductibles that families have to meet, you have all of these other things that fall under private insurance that it sounds very concerning to me to try to have a school district telling a family that they have to use their medical benefits to get a service that the school needs to provide in order for the child to make progress on their IEP. I think that it's a slippery slope, and we have free independent evaluations. Parents have the right, once the school district has evaluated their child, to ask for an independent evaluation at the district's expense. Neuropsych evals can cost thousands of dollars. Just because a person does or doesn't have insurance, I don't think that that's a place where the school probably wants to step into that arena. It's also this is maybe too far, but it's none of the school's business whether or not someone has private insurance. Our job is to work with the IEP team and work with the family to make sure that the information we need to make an educated decision about whether or not a child has special education needs or is meeting their goals, that's on us regardless of insurance. So I'm not sure how you get down that road necessarily. I understand the desire to want to offset the cost to the state. I do understand that. I just think that it's more complicated than simply whether or not a family happens to have insurance at a given time.
About a month and a half, 2 months ago, we did contact a director down in Arkansas for special education down there. Because there is a rule which they have, the district must demonstrate and document that it has fully access to the maximum extent possible other available revenue sources, including Medicaid and Title VI-B, or provide documentation as to why these other revenue sources were unavailable to the district. They indicated that going down after the private insurance is very, very iffy at best, and that you probably don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
I will say we do have some families who have a really strong relationship with their child's IEP team. And if there's a special evaluation, for example, that's typically done through a medical lens, we have families who will work with the school district to try to coordinate how to get that accomplished. But the school district also then needs to acquiesce and make sure that they realize that if they're agreeing to allow the parent to use their private insurance to get this assessment, the district is on the hook then to some extent to accept that at face value. There's no way for the district to say, well, we'd also like to do this evaluation and have our own information, or how would you feel about this, that, or the other thing. So there's a lot kind of weaved into that. But there are families who have very good relationships with their school districts who certainly would work collaboratively if there was a big ticket eval that needed to get done, that maybe using your private insurance gets them in sooner or something to that effect, or the school district reimburses or something.
Representative Popovich?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I really appreciate all the information you're providing. I'm just trying to better understand what you were saying, because I'm not sure if I get the gist of what you were saying correctly. I heard you say that when you talk about, private insurance being accessed, that obviously, and I think we all agree that this cannot be a criteria for providing services, right? The service is either required or not. Whether you have insurance, private insurance, or anything else is not a part of the decision factor, and I'm fine with that. But I think I also heard you say that even if the school, as part of their special education, will provide a medically required service to the kid, you would be concerned about asking the school to try to work with a private insurer to get reimbursed for providing medical services. And that's what I wanted to make sure I understood you correctly, because complications to the side, right? It could be complicated. to me, it kind of seems like we shouldn't force taxpayers to pay for services that are medically required and should be covered by private insurance. I'm thinking in terms of general framework. Obviously, the actual implementation will be immensely complicated, but at the principal level, was the second part something you said, or I didn't understand it correctly?
No, thank you for the question. It's complicated. The services that are covered by Medicaid to schools or that are billable to Medicaid to schools, not all of them come back, quite honestly, as they don't all come through that way. You think they might be, but there is a chain that the IEP team needs to prove in terms of the fact that the child has a special education need, is eligible for special education, that they must have this medically necessary service at school in order to access the general education curriculum. It has to happen in the school setting. The difference is the school setting. You might have kids who need medical services that don't need to get them during the school day for whatever reason. That happens all the time. You have a kid who's on the soccer team and they have to go for orthopedic or OT or something. Doesn't have anything to do with their ability to make progress in the general ed curriculum. That service, the child that's going to Concord Ortho and having their OT, sure, you can bill the private insurance for that. They probably get 12 whatever visits or however, the insurance is doing all of that. It has nothing to do with whether or not that child's going to make progress in the general ed curriculum. It's also not tied to an IEP. So just because a service is in a child's IEP, the benchmark is that they require that service in order to make progress in the general ed curriculum, and they need specially designed instruction that is different than that of their peers.
Go ahead. So I hear you. If the school can show that there is a medically required service that the child has to receive in a school setting, would that be something that the school would be well advised to try to look into charging private insurance for that?
Thank you for the question. I think there is a very fine line between sometimes hearing conversations about whether or not schools should be providing medical services as a public school and whether or not schools are providing special education services. Those are different things. I also think that working with a private insurance company, then you have to make sure that whoever is providing the service in the school setting also would meet like a provider qualifications for the insurance company. That I don't think some paraprofessionals who are carrying out the orders of a speech and language pathologist, for example, are billable under Medicaid. I can't imagine a paraprofessional would necessarily meet the qualifications of somebody that Blue Cross and Blue Shield is going to cover for a service. I don't think it's the same thing. And I think I think the line is getting quite wavy if you go down that road in terms of schools stepping into a medical arena, which I have heard a number of times over the past several years as a concern of some people on these committees about where is the line of what is school-based health services, what is necessary for a child to make progress on an IEP versus what is simply out of the medical arena. I'm just not really sure that you're going to get I don't think it's the purview of the public school necessarily to be billing private insurance. They're not a medical biller. Even the Medicaid to schools, that's a very specific program that is based on very specific types of services, and not all services that the child who is Medicaid eligible, not every service they get is billable.
Thank you.
We've had a lot of discussion here with Becky, and I really
I'm
appreciate
sorry.
she's really
Oh, don't be sorry.
not part of the DOE, but we're gonna, I believe we need to pursue a request directly to the DOE with some of the information that, we're putting together, trying to get this data, whether it's on those that are qualified for billable services through Medicaid and some hourly rate or some, we gotta dig down to this if we're gonna try to back that formula off. So that we're helping local districts a little bit more. Out of that $977 million, we're spending about 820 of that is local. And the other is coming from the state. So the state's really not paying much of this. And it's a concern to me that that money has to, we talked property taxes earlier today. That's part of the problem. We're talking about, base cost and all that. That's part of the problem, because the money has to be directed a certain direction, and there's a limited revenue source. And so I think we got our work ahead of us. And so what are a couple questions that we have to address to the Department of Education in our request for this data that we're looking for? That $70,000 limit going back down towards 60, towards 50. How many kids would that involve? Can you get us an approximation of this number of kids? Can we use some of the tools that you've just mentioned to gather that information?
Thank you for the question. I think the information that would be available to you, and how you decide to use it, of course, is up to you, would be you certainly could collect the hourly rates that districts have calculated for Medicaid to schools services. That's already there.
Yeah.
Districts have that information. You could probably get it from DHHS. It's probably already all put together somehow. I'm not really sure.
Do they already have that for the below the 70,000 mark?
It has nothing to do with the 70,000
Okay,
mark.
it's
It's just that they have to calculate that each year.
Yeah.
Districts have that. So because their billing would require them to do it. So they have that. So you could gather that information, and it would give you a range of what districts are spending on services just under that umbrella. It doesn't matter that it's Medicaid or not. That's what districts are spending. So on those services.
That's also inclusive of the 840 kids which are already qualified.
It's inclusive of anybody those people are
So how do we
servicing.
subtract those out?
Well,
knowing what they cost?
So you would have that information. You also could somehow compile the salaries of special education staff, whether that's paraprofessionals or teachers, and come up with some kind of average, or look across the state at the differences between what those positions are slotted for, so to speak, outside of benefits and all of that. Regardless of whether or not the students are at the cap or things like that, I mean, I don't want to speak on behalf of the department, certainly. I would imagine that whether it's through Nessus or through the new system that they're putting together, the department could run a report about how many units, for example, of speech and language are happening across the state, or how many, if you wanted to do it by district, I believe, and again, I don't want to speak on Becky Fredette's behalf, but there should be a way to run a report about the number of services from the Nessus system in a certain SAU district, however you wanted to get that. I do think there might be a way to do that already exists. It's not going to tell you 15 kids cost this much money and 8 kids cost this much money. But what you would be able to do is see, in general, kind of what districts are spending based on hourly rates that you've got to get someone to calculate some of that and help you put it into a format that you can use. It's not going to be student number 175 costs $60,000. Student number 362 costs $5,000. It's not going to be that. And quite honestly, I'm not sure you want that. That's a lot of information about individual children's needs that I think maybe would step over the line of protecting kids' privacy.
Jerry?
So I'm going to ask a wildly speculative question.
Okay.
If my imagination says, boy, I'll bet about half the special ed students aren't costing the district incrementally any more than another half the cost of the average student. And then I'm thinking about this roughly in terms of this 3.5 multiplier. So what if the base threshold for state participation was 1.5 times? Do you think that it's a probably not verifiable, but not too wrong assumption to think that maybe half the students would be below that deductible, or do you think that could be wildly wrong?
Thank you for the
And I've got a
wildly
follow-up
speculative
question.
Do I think half the students would cost more than 1.5 times the average cost per pupil in the state, or the average cost for that district?
For that district?
For that district. So you're asking districts to calculate.
Would it be a fair assumption that at least half the students cost the district less than 1.5 times the average student.
Half of the students who are eligible for special education or half of the students total?
Education eligible.
Half of the eligible special ed students would cost the district less than 1.5 times the average of all students.
So they would cost half as, all right.
Half again.
Do I think they would cost half? I really don't know, to be honest. I think that's a really difficult question for me to answer statewide because different districts have different resources to spend on their students.
Sure.
So some districts, sure, I think half would be under the 1.5% because I don't think, again, I think
I'm sure
districts
that
are
no
trying.
information has been collected that would answer my question definitively.
Maybe,
But I'm
maybe
just
it would.
wondering whether anecdotally or experientially, you would sense that that might be true. And what I'm driving towards is that, if wherever we put that threshold, if we change it from 3.5, you're effectively dealing with what's a deductible in an insurance policy that says you're on your own up to this threshold. And I would think that a very substantial portion of the special ed students receive incremental services in the course of a day while on premises in the normal program, and they incrementally some share of a speech pathologist or this or that is going to be well under half. We have this tiny population that's above 3.5. How much bigger is the population that's above 1.5? And if we went to a particular district, so we don't have that information, but if we went to the guru in District X, would they have a feel for that kind of a question? And could you then ask that question, well, how about it 2 times? How about it 2.5 times? Could we somehow come up with a poll that directed this question to an individual in each district to get at least some kind of a rough profile?
Thank you for that question, Representative. It's very thoughtful. I think that there are point people at each district that would be willing to have the conversation with you about how to get that information. It will be something that I don't know that every district director is already sort of calculating that, but I do think that it's something that they could talk to you about.
So, Mr.
Depending on
Chairman,
the size of the district, I would just be cautious about individual students being sort of identified by cost and things like that, because some districts are so small or have certain populations of students where that would be quite telling. And I just think that the conversation would certainly be worthwhile, but I don't know, to some extent, there'd have to be some flexibility about certain districts giving specific answers to that question.
And I think, Mr. Chairman, that what I'm looking for is, since we don't have the data collection, we don't have it already in the hands of the DOE, is there a less formal process of polling one person in every district through the intermediary of a DOE professional, so that the kind of information that you're talking about is filtered? At least this would give us some kind of ballpark starting.
I will say you've had some special education directors here in the past to talk to you all about Medicaid to schools and things like that. I think if you worked with the association to potentially get a representation of people to come talk to you, I think they'd be more than happy to do that.
Yeah, we do have a bill we have to look at. It's SB 57. That's the one where the commission's been put together to look at special education costs and have a report 1 year from today or from now, basically back to us. So I'm sure they're going to be doing just what you said. Looking at that, I got one last question from my perspective here on IDEA monies, which come down to the various districts. Is that based upon per pupil, or is that based upon actual costs or something like that?
Thank you for the question, Representative. It's based on your October 1st count of how many students you have in your district that are eligible.
Number of special service students?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
So,
Oh, excuse me, Representative
Representative
Ricky.
Ricky.
I just want to be mindful of the fact, though, I believe that those funds have been allocated the same way they have in the past, but there are a lot of changes happening with how, so I just want to put the caveat out that I believe that is still the case. If something is different, I'm sure Becky Fredette could answer that question. Sorry,
We'll ask her.
Representative.
Thank you, Becky. You really gave a lot of information. I just wanted to go back to 742. So if we were to just look at the bill the way it is, we don't need any of this information to whether or not we decide to go forward with this bill. If we decide to amend this bill, that's what we need this information
That's
for,
right.
correct?
Right.
Okay.
This bill was basically superseded by a bill we did pass and then went, as Dan said, into HB2.
And we retained this simply because we knew we had to have a discussion on how we're funding special education and why we're being challenged each year at the end with this proration. And we dealing with differentiated aid as well, which we haven't discussed that a whole lot here.
Well, and the thing that I am most, I guess it's the second part of this, that where the money comes from, the education trust fund, as opposed to, pardon me?
It's already in HB2. Right now, it's coming from the trust fund, so that's done.
Oh, thanks.
Unless we spend more and we have to go back to the fund to
Right.
get the money.
Yeah, it's
Well,
the bill that we passed that got incorporated into the budget basically says if there's a shortfall and the state needs to make up the difference to at least 80%,
Okay.
that comes out of the education trust fund. Yeah.
Thank you. Anything else for Becky at this time? Really appreciate this. Without notice, you came forward and
Thank you.
yeah,
Thanks, Becky.
thank you very much. So as a group, we have to forward some requests over to DOE.
Yeah.
For me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would like that.
Yeah.
I'm curious, so I was meaning to ask coming into this, that with the commission that's just been created under SB 57, where does that put our respective roles? Seems highly redundant, and do they in effect supersede what we're attempting to do here?
Well, in fact, I heard about this commission 2 days ago, and I happen to be the first one on the list there too. But then at the first meeting, we identify a chair, Representative Ames, and yeah, I know. But you're absolutely correct. That's going to be asking the similar type things that we're trying to do right here, but they'll have more expertise on that commission than we have sitting at the table right now. And I think that's important. So I think we're coming to the point where on this right here, unless we get some significant information back from the director over there as a result of this meeting right here and come at the next meeting, we bring that back. If there's nothing there, it's going to really, cause us to move in a certain amending way. We ought to just, make a recommendation on the bill that we have at the next meeting. So that we will be ready to give that to the full committee later on in the first week of November. Yeah. So Representative Damon.
Thank you. So I have SB 57 here, which is the bill that formed that commission. And it is pretty detailed and certainly is addressing much of what we are talking about, with an outcome of a report date due July 1st, 2026.
Yes.
So basically what we would do could have impact in this upcoming legislative session, and theirs would be subsequently. But it's redundant.
Yeah, it's basically
Except for
about a
timing,
year to
I
do
think
their
it's
work.
redundant.
My sense was right. If there was some short-term fix like what we did do by putting that 80% guarantee in, well, then we might proceed. But otherwise, I think that commission overtakes what we have been
Yes, it does.
trying to do.
Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll pose some questions, requests for information to the department. We'll come back one more time, hear that report, And then if there's nothing significant there that we feel that we can make some decent recommendations, then we'll take action on the bill as it is. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But just as an FYI, I don't think I'm trying to drive any particular point, certainly not any particular action at the moment, but I think it's worthwhile that we're all aware, more or less, of some of what's going on in Claremont. So I think everyone is generally familiar with the $5 million hole. And so the actions that the school board has taken so far are primarily to decline to ratify 19 new hires, teachers, to lay off 20 support staff. And the third big one, similar order of magnitude, was to pull back 10 out of district placements at a cost of $1.2 million. So in trying to shore up their cash flow, I thought it was fascinating that they had the discretion and they made the decision. And I don't think they've decided what they're going to do and what the offsetting costs are going to be, but and I don't know whether they've taken steps to implement this or not. And Representative Damon, I know you were present at that meeting. I was watching watched the video of it, but 1.2 million was to be saved by bringing these students back to district. Now, and let me just take this a little further, and then I'd love to hear your take. So that was, that was kind of striking from a number of perspectives. I've started to hear from people, well-placed people in Charlestown, that their problem is now becoming our problem. So Charlestown adjoins Claremont on the south, and we have a couple substantial mobile home parks in the north end, nearer to Claremont than to Charlestown Village. And we have a pretty well-regarded special ed program. And I've even been contacted about this by the chairman of our school board. So I've asked for information. I don't have specifics, but the word is that we are suddenly getting a slew of new enrollments into Fall Mountain that may involve moves, rentals moves, or may involve realigning who is claiming custody in terms of, separated or divorced or grandparent custody and things like that. So it's just a very interesting thing. And Chairman Ladd, I think it goes back to the statistics you gave us at the beginning. If all forms of aid are leaving the locals with 85% of the cost, and the parents are protectively concerned about ensuring that the services are actually delivered, then one of the options is to get up and relocate or pass your child off to your sister-in-law or something else. And this does seem to be happening. If I get more specific information, I'll bring it back to the subcommittee. But I just think it's extremely interesting. And there's one further implication which really got my attention, and that is Claremont has 3 elementary schools. And so what was on the docket for their school board meeting last Wednesday was a recommendation from the principal of one of those elementary schools that they make a move to close the elementary school specifically because they were unable to deliver certain services, special education services being the prime example. There were a couple of others. And so once again, we have the topic of special education driving the question whether they should consolidate from 3 elementary schools to 2. It's you can't get into these topics of budget shortfalls without it having major special education implications.
That raises a lot of questions. Representative Damon, I know you're from that area.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Claremont is one of the communities that I represent. I've been spending a lot of time there. And thank you, Representative Spilsbury, for the summary. A couple of things. One, I'm hearing conflicting reports about whether 10 students who had been in and out of district placements are actually coming back for in-district education. The district had already, I think, less than 6 months ago, purchased a building in Claremont that they intended to make into a facility for those particularly high need kind of students. But I don't believe the work has been done on that building. So the question of where they would be accommodating these students and who would be staffing their education, those questions are still out there on the table.
And just have
The
clarification.
director,
I wasn't, you're adding something to what I know. I understood they had that building and thought they were repurposing it. Are you saying that
They bought it.
that actually was the motive? That's why it was bought?
yes.
Okay.
The director of student services resigned abruptly 2 weeks ago. And that role is being fulfilled by the assistant director of student services, who my understanding is does not want to stay in that position any longer than critically necessary. So in the many layers of staffing, it's hands-on with the students staffing, I shouldn't say hands-on, but direct education, and administrative issues as well. So that piece is, I think, uncertain. And so far, I have not heard, and I don't think it's been provided. They were spending the 1.2 on those students out of district, but what it would cost to educate them in district. So what's the net savings is, I think, the question in the dollar part of that. I would also note with the elementary school consolidation, Claremont already went from 5 elementary schools to 3 a number of years ago, nothing recent. And consolidating from 3 to 2 was on the radar well before the current fiscal crisis, but had not come to a full plan of what to do. The school board tabled the vote last week on a very extensive consolidation plan. Half or more of the elementary school students would move, not just the kids from the one Bluff school that would be closing. And they are meeting, what's today, tomorrow night. And probably will vote on whether there will be some version of a consolidation. I think there's a lot of qualified people who think that ultimately consolidation is a good idea, but doing it literally almost overnight in a understaffed situation it's very complicated. But it does circle back to special ed driving that. If they close Bluff Elementary School, they're only projecting a $65,000 to $70,000 savings. So it's not really very much money in the context of the district budget and the deficiency that exists. It's about the special ed staffing more than that.
I think that's an extremely important point, that they weren't driving for the savings. The 60 to 65 is relatively, and everything counts, but
Right.
but it was really the delivery of the services. That was, right.
Although what has not been clear to many, self-included, is if you don't have enough staffing for special ed in Bluff School and your other 2 schools have lost staff with the reductions in force, it's not abundantly clear that they end up with enough special ed staffing with or without consolidation. There's really big questions on the table. And I would,
Which is definitely part of why they didn't make a decision last Wednesday.
yes. And I would, broad picture, hearing Representative Spilsbury's report about the potential, perhaps likely, impacts on Charlestown, and it's not the only neighboring community that is experiencing that. It just speaks so strongly to the reality that we have a systemic problem with how we do this. This isn't a Claremont-only problem. It's a state of New Hampshire problem that we don't fund special education or general education in a comprehensive way that works for all communities, regardless of your tax base. I just can't not say that, because it's systemic. It's not just this community.
Thank you for amplifying what I was saying, because that's precisely where I was driving at. The fact is that students are mobile. Families, if they're motivated enough, can become mobile to a degree we don't necessarily anticipate, and then you get the shock effect on the receiving district.
And if I may, one last piece just to echo the wonderful input from Becky Wilson. if your gen ed isn't as strong and capable as we'd ideally like it to be, and that's the foundation of where special ed builds from, then the system is even more critically inadequate. And there, I do need to say, there are really, truly wonderful educators in Claremont. And the way the remaining staff are stepping up and working night and day for these kids is absolutely heartwarming. But it's not what anybody should have to do. And it's not going to be completely adequate. It just can't.
Well, I certainly hope Claremont lawyers up. Any further discussion? Did they get their RAN, the reimbursement anticipation note?
Yes.
In the amount of $4 million?
$4 million
Yeah,
by
okay.
Claremont Savings Bank, guaranteed by the April adequacy payment from
Yeah.
the state. And so then, of course, the question will be, since the adequacy payment will repay the RAN, what will be providing?
That's
What will the
question.
resources be?
Yeah, that just bought them time, not a solution.
Correct.
Yeah, Visa card paying MasterCard. Okay, any further discussion today? Thank you very much. When would be, what I'll do is I will contact the department, see if we can get some information. And then I'll put a couple dates out by way of the web to you guys to find out what is the best date to meet. So we don't come in and just don't have the information to make any decisions.
Sounds good.
So let's just hang loose with that date. I'll get that to you.
Mr. Chair, if it's helpful, when you're ready to do that, I can do a doodle poll so we can put the dates and people can just weigh in their preference, their maybe, and their last, and it's a pretty efficient way to find out what's the most accessible date.
Yep. Good. Any further information for today? We're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck over there in Claremont.